Hello. Так, Николай еще не пришел, кажется. Начинаем?
Let's second.
We can wait for 1 minute.
In 30 seconds, let's start.
So, okay, we will start.
We can open, yes, the conference, Sonia.
Okay, so hello everybody. We're very happy that you're here. Welcome to the conference dedicated to soil. We are Anna.
Hello.
Grigory. Victoria. And me, Sophia, are the second year students of the Art and Science Master Program at ITMO University, and together with the Art and Science Center, we are organizing the cultural and educational project, which is called Grounding, within the framework of which today's conference is taking place. The project is being implemented on the basis of the Central Museum of Cell Science in St. Petersburg, and is intended to draw attention to the soil as an important ecological resource, a space of interspecies equality, a source of oil raw materials, and a field of multiple metaphors.
So our conference opens the public program with a series of lectures, reading groups, which are dedicated to International Soil Day on 5th of December. On this day, there will be also a discussion with the Museum of Soil Science, so join it. And today we'll speak about soils, because today our life is quite shaky and unstable, and soil provides soil is a basis of our life, and soil provides a living environment for many animal and plant species. Also, it supports the rich diversity of landscapes, genetic reserves, and gives food for human. We want to refer to the legacy of Vasily Dokuchaev, who was first who defined the soil as a unique organic and inorganic body, and his student Vernadsky with his teaching about the biosphere and noosphere. So the title of the program, Beneath the Pavement, Not the Beach, is a quote of Polina Khanova, who will also report today at the conference. And this quote refers us, of course, to the events of the May of 1968 in France, and pointing that there is no beach under the pavement. We want to pay attention to what is under rigid anthropocentric structures and ask what is the soil in the modern sense.
So we thank the Art and Science Center and the Central Museum of Soil Science for their help in organizing, as well as all the participants and listeners of the conference. So let's introduce our today's moderator. She is a curator and media artist, Natalia Fedorova. Let's go grounding.
Thank you, and congratulations with this event. Very happy to see all of you. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Nikolay Smirnov, geographer, artist, curator of the projects Metageography and Eternal Frost, which is Zero Arctic Biennial in Yakutsk, 2016. Member of scientific expeditions, participants in a number of art and scientific conferences, including Navigation Beyond Vision, participant of main projects of the 5th Ural Biennale in 2019 and 2nd Riga Biennale in 2020, supervisor of the summer school of the Garage Museum of Contemporary Art, Space and Letter, a study of the Anthropocene. And the talk, I guess all the rest is in the hands of Nikolay, so you are very welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hello to everyone. I will talk a little bit about Vladimir Vernadsky, and his theory, his ontology about living matter and non-living matter, how they are connected in his interesting theory. Vladimir Vernadsky lived in the second half of 19th century and the first half of 20th century. Actually, he died at 1945. And in the beginning, he began as with mineralogy and crystallography. So it was the beginning of his development. And he understood, he claimed that water and gases are also a kind of minerals. So in the very beginning, he began to connect different kinds of matter. Then he began to work with living matter, and it was a very interesting story because during civil war in Russia in 1920s, he ended up in Crimea with typhus, in severe fever, and he was dying for several days, for 2 weeks, and he had a vision that he should concentrate on investigation of living matter, and that he will be a kind of prophet of this theory of living matter, and he will be very famous. It was during his vision. And actually, during all his life after this fever, he didn't die. He realized this vision in great degree, in big degree. So he began to concentrate on living matter, and he, in 1920s, he published several books. One of them was Biogeochemistry and other is Biosphere. And in that book, he coined a term biochemistry and founded this science, biogeochemistry. Sorry. So in this theory, in this science, new science, he set on one single ontological plane all forms of matter, namely geological and minerals and all living matter. And he claimed that the difference between living matter, for example, and non-living matter, they exist, but they're not metaphysical. They are more on energetic level, not on metaphysical level. And he put the theory of Einstein and atomic theory, which he studied and was acquainted with in Paris, where he was in 1920s. So for him, this atomic level of matter was crucial. And exactly through these atomic links, through atoms, he connected all kinds of matter on this single ontological plane. And for him, man and humanity in general was important in this process. He understood the history as a part of evolution. And for him, of course, the history of humanity and humanity itself was very important in this process. It was like a very important last point in this common history and evolution. But this difference was not metaphysical, as I mentioned, and he also said that, of course, on the one stage, maybe later, the other form of life will be on this tipping point, on this high point of evolution. So the man, the humanity itself, as a quintessence of the living matter at that point is very important, but it's not forever at this point. So, and he claimed that science and noosphere, it was other term which he coined, noosphere, the sphere of reason, is very important in this process, that this evolution historical process kind of culminates on that point of history and evolution in the reason and in consciousness. So it's very important point, this point of history, because the unconscious process became conscious. And it was already major theories by Vernadsky. And on his grave on Novodevichy Cemetery, there is a phrase from his late writing about the role of science and the role of noosphere, and I will read it because I think it's quite important. We live in a remarkable geological time in the history of our planet, the anthropogenic era. It is term of the other geologist Pavlov. When spontaneously for millions of years the humanity withstops but steadily, in recent centuries, faster and faster, the dominant geological force that changes the face of our planet. It depends on us to make the spontaneous process conscious, to turn the area of life, the biosphere, into the kingdom of the mind, into the noosphere. So you see that he championed the role of humanity and consciousness and reason in a way, from the one hand. But from the other hand, he set all the forms of matter on one ontological plane through these atomic biogeochemical processes. Moreover, not only processes on the Earth are connected through these atomic biogeochemical processes, but all processes in the universe through the cosmic processes, through the cosmic flows of matter. They're all connected. And he also quoted Curie principle. I don't know whether Curie invented this principle or Vernadsky invented it by himself and just said that he read it in some Curie writings, because I never met in Curie. That there are different conditions of space exist, and the difference between different kind of matters, they are only in these different conditions of space. For example, the space of crystals, of minerals and crystals, they are kind of Euclidean space. They are homogeneous and they are equal in all directions, like our school geometry. But for example, the space of living matter, they are non-Euclidean, like Riemann spaces, and they are not symmetrical, like our bodies, and time flows differently in different kinds of spaces. So it's also very interesting, I believe, that he connected his theory with this kind of interesting ontology of space, because he connected every type of matter to different kind of space, and all qualities, all features of different kinds of matter can be understood from the kind of space they represent. So it's quite shortly his theory. So I think the most important points in his theory, that first he connect all kind of matter for these biogeochemical and cosmochemical processes. But from the other hand, he said that there are differences, but they are not metaphysical. They are just energetic, and they are physical and chemical. And of course, as different particles, as different matter can transform from one form to another, so the different kind of matter can be transformed from one form to another. So I think this is crucial for his theory.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nikolay. So you've been raising several points, and something that attracted my attention, for example, and arose a question would be the notion of the ontology of space, and the fact that the crystals and minerals would be Euclidean in their geometry, while the living matter can be described in terms of Riemann space. I was wondering if Vernadsky was seeing the mathematical relations between the different parts of the living matter. So in contemporary art, if we create a media art or science art object, we usually take some data from living matter, and these are usually relationships between different processes that take part in the living matter, or relationships of different parts of its structure. So was it something that Vernadsky was touching on, or he was more focused on the physical space rather than mathematical relations within it?
Sorry, the connection was not stable. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, well, yeah, certainly I can. So I'll just try to cut it shorter. So the question was about the minerals and crystals that are the representation of Euclidean geometry, as opposed to living matter, which is more of Riemann space. So I was wondering if how contemporary science artists and media artists analyze living matter. So we usually take some mathematical relations within it, or within the processes in it. Was it something that occurred to Vernadsky? Was it something that Vernadsky has touched on, or he was purely interested in the geometry of physical space? Looks like connection is eternally unstable.
Yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, I mean, for him, I think the first big shift in his worldview was from the non-living matter to living matter. It was very important, and you see already that it's quite revolutionary to look at the living matter as a matter.
Oh yeah.
This was really important at that point.
That's why the geometry was the important was the important terminology, because that's the most clear scientific way of describing it, right? Through the geometrical proportions. Like if we go back to Descartes, think of how he analyzes space. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. He was a real scientist. I mean, in the sense that he was a natural science. He was a chemistry. He was trained as in chemistry and biology. So he always his writings are rich in the formulas but more in chemical formulas. Mm-hmm. So he never dig very deep inside the mathematics. He only mentioned that probably he interested, of course, about the Riemann space, about all this theory, Einstein theory, but he was not specialist in mathematics, and he also pointed to this theory of space, and he said, okay, great, look at the contemporary theory. They are talking about different spaces, and of course for him that it is possible to express these spaces very precious through mathematics. It was very important for him. And I think that maybe he was a guy like a Kant, he was very tend to mystical in a way. He tended to some mystical visions, for example, and he tried to put some very precious fundament base for all his theory. It was very important for him to stay on the precious basement, on something which is very very precious, mathematical, chemical, and so on. And of course, his theories are full of some kind of natural science cosmism. He was a cosmist. And some philosophy, some very special philosophy. He was a vitalist, of course, and he had a quite strong religious consciousness. Of course, sure, it is religious consciousness, kind of. But for him but from the other hand, he was a great natural scientist, and for him was very important to make a strong, precious mathematical argument, chemical, biological.
So you've just said that his approach to the living matter, the most probably unusual point in his approach to living matter was the addressing to the living beings as matter. I was thinking in the direction of his definition of life and living. So if you ask a biosemiologist what life is, biosemiologist would say that life is something that processes information. So we've already said that life, living matter is something that has geometry. We've already kind of pointed at some cosmic and energetic properties of the living matter. Anything else that we missed out? In his understanding of life?
I think that space was a crucial point for him, because the notion of space, it already can be understandable and can be reduced to some mathematical formula, so it can be very precious. But from the other hand, space is a kind of very special world. And this world has its own humanitarian qualities, has its own philosophical qualities, and all other qualities which are based on this, we can say, on this mathematical qualities of this world. So yeah, I think that in the end of his life he found this this very condensed formula of the different types of space, And I think he find how to pack all these different knowledges and approaches to one phrase.
I think that's probably something that is most obvious. When we name the last name of Vernadsky, we mostly think of noosphere, and we think of how it influenced the semiotics. We can think of how it influenced cybernetics. Is there anything especially important, especially vibrant for you? What do you think the concept of noosphere was especially influential for? So what kind of continuations of this notion you see in the contemporary world?
I believe it's quite influential still, at least in Russia. It is very, very influential, and I see approaches to noosphere from different fractions, like noospheric socialism. Yeah, I have heard from the kind of left point of view, and others use it from other points.
Can you explain a little?
More from esoteric, and I know many people use it in more esoteric way, and with as an instrument and a notion to connect to something, which was not unusual for Vernadsky as well. He was interested in Indian philosophy.
Well, it was fashionable at the time, wasn't it? And also the whole notions of telepathy, because of the development of telegraph, it was something super fashionable at that moment, right?
Yeah, but he was really he really interested in the Vedanta philosophy, and in some contemporary to himself Indian philosophers at that point. And he had this interest through Oldenburg. Oldenburg was an Orientalist and his friend from youth, and he always had this, all his life he had these connections. Yeah, and you don't see much of this connection in his writings, but sometimes, maybe some links in some footnotes, you see that he see this connection between contemporary to himself physics, like the Einstein theory, and to some of contemporary to himself Indian philosophy. It was intuition for himself, and it is more obvious for ourselves now, like in kind of when you read Timothy Morton's writings, you see it in direct connections. But in Vernadsky, it was more for intuitions, but we can appreciate it at today that it was quite organic for him, but not conscious.
I see. So when I think of noosphere, I oftentimes think of internet and other implications of internet that are seen in cyberpunk. Would you make this connection, or would you rather not?
Of course, Soviet cybernetics can be easily connected somehow, but Soviet cybernetics is so huge, distinct topic, and and it is also connected to sociology through Vasily Nalimov, for example. I recently read some text by Birgit Menzel, and she investigates this connection, that Vasily Nalimov, one of the founders of Soviet cybernetics, was a mystical anarchist, and he was connected with sociology, a very interesting branch of Russian religious philosophy, which was close to orthodoxy, but from the other hand, it was claimed as heresy in the 30s itself, because it's very immanent philosophy, because it's immanenticize the process of living, and it is becomes closer to some pagan beliefs, to some immanentism, which set some religious consciousness to the world, which to the environmental world, which surrounds person, not to the something transcendental, but to something which surrounds. Yeah, and but of course, Vernadsky also can be connected with cybernetics somehow, and in this notion of noosphere, it connects. But I think it's more through the vitalist, because he was not close to cybernetic, but he was a kind of vitalist. He believed that reason is everywhere. It's like a process which creates itself, and then it's somewhere everywhere in any matter, but at the same time nowhere. So I think it was his unconscious.
Thank you for all this beautiful metaphors, observations, for your in-depth knowledge of Vernadsky work. Thank you very much, and I have to introduce our next speaker, Karine Bonneval. So Karine Benival is a French visual artist. Her work focuses on plant otherness and the complex and specific interactions that link humans and plants. In her sculptures and installations, we are immersed in a world of organic forms with strong fictional power, where hybridizations of vocabulary and techniques go hand in hand with the marriage of art and science. With a degree from École Supérieure des Arts Décoratifs of Strasbourg, she has exhibited in France, Germany, Latvia, Denmark, United States, Argentina, Sri Lanka. Together with scientist Eric Badel and the studio Décalé, she won in 2019 Karasa Foundation grant for composing knowledge. Today, we will hear about Karine's science art research, and we are especially looking forward to hear about the project titled Listening to the Soil. So, Karine, you are very welcome.
Thanks a lot for this presentation. Because I'm French and I'm really bad with English, so I'm sorry, I'm going to read my notes and show you some slides, because as a visual artist, I guess it's the better way to explain it. Okay, cool. And I first need to explain that, as you said before, I don't have a scientific background at all. So, of course, all what I'm doing is in connection with different kind of labs. I'm really a visual artist. So thank you. I'm going to show you my slides. So I'm going to introduce a selection of collaborations with different labs in pedology and ecophysiology of plants to try to show through a specific experience how art and sciences can sometimes improve each other research by working together, how we can create translators in art installations and share the sciences discoveries with a larger audience. My art research is focused on our interactions as human with the plant world since more than 10 years. I'm really attached in my practice to the vernacular, to the handmade, which is far from what you are usually expecting in art and sciences pieces. Here, for instance, is a ceramic sculpture called Se planter, to plant ourselves. In French, it means to fail, to be wrong. As a starting point, I wonder why this expression in French, referring to the plant way of living in connection with the soil, does have a negative meaning. My pieces were first based on botanical and history books. I sort of came out of my studio to meet scientists in 2014, when I started to work with a tree ecophysiology team. More precisely, with Claire Damzin from the Ecology, Systematics and Evolution Laboratory of the Paris-Sud University in Orsay, with the financial help of La Diagonale Paris-Saclay. Together, we developed a project on how we share a breathing cycle with that of trees, dendromacy, meaning intimacy with trees. We don't share sensory faculties with plants, but we breathe the same air. So the first collaboration gave rise to a video short. So by means of a thermal camera with a cooled objective and to an installation about the possible mingling between our physiology and that of trees, about our invisible exchanges. So you can see with this camera, you can see the CO2, so from human beings, and then we concentrate 24 hours of the CO2 emission of a bark of a tree. And here you can see actually the breathing of the tree. When I first met Matthias Rillig, director of the Rillig Lab in Berlin and specialist in soil and fungi in 2016, he said to me, "It's funny that you're interested in my research, because usually when I say I study soil, people tell me, but it's dirty and it's dead." Of course, it's the opposite, but it gave me the idea for a new installation. How can we show that soil is a complete, alive biotope and an essential environment for all our life? The idea came immediately while we were both discussing it, that as the soil hosts multiple forms of life, there was movement and therefore noise. It is sometimes complicated as humans to project ourselves into the life existing under our feet, because what happens in the soil escapes our perception, which is operational in the air above the ground. Matthias Rillig then looked for scientific articles about experiments on soil recording, but nothing existed at that time. That's why he was interested to start a collaboration on this topic. Initially, I thought that perhaps we could record the sound of roots growing, of mycelium growing. I then met Fanny Ribach, a bioacoustician who studies the behavior of social animals through their sound exchanges. She told me that it might be possible, but very boring for the human ear, because only a very small sound would perhaps be produced sometimes per day. It was a too slow movement for a human audience. But she reassured me by saying that we could, on the other hand, surely record the movements of the mesofauna of the soil with the help of a tool she had used to record the sound exchanges of ants. In her laboratory, the quality of aquatic biotopes is already studied through sound recordings. By analyzing the different sounds produced in salt or freshwater environments, researchers have a good idea of the biodiversity, the quantity of animals, and their evolution over time. Meaning that we could maybe do the same for different soil biotopes. Together, the project began to take shape. It will be listening to the soil. We did the first tests in an anechoic chamber in the laboratory. This box allows us to isolate the recordings from echoes and ambient sounds. We used the laboratory's accelerometer and an omnidirectional microphone on different samples of fresh soil. We were really thrilled to hear our first soil invertebrates movements. Since a long time in notebooks, I had been drawing ideas for sound pieces coming out of the ground, clay coming from specific soil veins, and as a natural sound amplifier were killed, also came to the fore. Inspired by the hatches of birds, I imagined kinds of mouses coming out of the ground where we could put our ear. The rich shapes of the fungi world gave me the inspiration, and before I was even sure we could record the soil, I created with the help of the ceramist Charlotte Poulsen 3 large pieces in oxidized ceramic whose shades of brown to black seemed to match some of the colors of soil. With the help of different grants, I was able to stay in residency at the Reedy Club with the anechoic chamber. I record the movement of different types of invertebrates living in different kinds of soils, even the small pigs of springtails. This also inspired Matthias Relix to test an experiment which has yet to be replicated in the lab, using the recording of the springtail sounds to broadcast it in the anechoic chamber to different species of fungi that the animals feed on, to see if this would have an impact on the fungi growth or appearance. Here is an experiment I did at home with different petri dishes with a same species stored without sound in a closet, in the anechoic chamber with the sound of the speaker on, in the anechoic chamber with the sound of the springtails playing. You can see on the right side the changes of shape and color, but of course this remains to be proven in a lab. Can we listen to the soil? What sounds could the soil make? A complex alloy of living beings, nutrients, minerals in constant interaction. We walk on a complete universe that it seems important today to give to hear in order to apprehend the world on which we stand in a different way. Here is one of the sounded ceramic installations at Micro-Ondes Art Center in France. An opportunity to reach a wider, non-academic audience. Soil is not a simple and inert surface. It is a word in itself, a complex and alive. The soil is loaded with many symbols. It is our planet, of course, the soil in which we grow our food, a raw material, the surface on which we are anchored, the territory on which we live. Here is, for instance, the sound of my compost. Because the soil in good shape is noisy. Here, it's listening to the soil in the Berliner Botanical Museum in 2018. And in 2017, during a trip to Sri Lanka, I was recording a sound of soil at night in a very quiet garden whose environment was silent. And listen to the result. Apparently, the sound of the radios of the surrounding houses was transmitted through the rock of the hill. Imagine what this could mean for all the fauna and bacteria living there. During my residency at the Berlin laboratory, I met Johannes Lehmann, professor in charge of the Soil and Crops Science section at Cornell University, USA. Contemporary art amateur, he was enthusiastic about the project. 6 months later, he invited me on a residency connected to a new research whose idea has been inspired by my piece. Listen to the soil, tracking soil health for targeted pest control. It became a 2-year research led by Louise Roberts in partnerships with the Lab of Ornithology. By developing sensor technology to improve the early detection of insect pests, this work could lead to more focused treatments in agricultural and horticultural systems and enhance agricultural sustainability and food security. With Greg Maglaski, a seismologist, we built an accelerometer to replace the one from the Orsay laboratory And so now I can make new soil recording. I stayed for a month at Cornell and was allowed to use the software of the Lab of O, Raven, to materialize in 2 dimensions my soil recordings. Printed in big dimensions or paper or fabric, the sound sequences become soundscapes, landscapes to open the view in the art installations, to see in a bigger scale the small life movements. Here, for instance, is 3 seconds of a recording of soil I did in the campus in Cornell. I was also allowed to use soil samples collected from all over the US for an extensive soil study in the lab. During a workshop, students in a sustainability program helped me to make small receptacles out of papier-mâché mixed with each kind of soil sample. We made 50 pieces from 50 samples. I presented them in the show Vertimus at the Experimental Gallery at the Cornell's Art Department. The installation is including all the lab soil data done during this experiment. In 2016, I had the idea to use the creation of a friend who is a culinary designer, Eatable Soil, in order to imagine a story where a couple, like Adam and Eve in the Eden Garden, here the Berliner Botanical Garden, is looking for a magical soil that could allow them to reach a higher state of evolution by eating it. The movie is called Becoming Plants, of course, from the delusion, studies. The idea came up to create new eatable soil to offer to the public that would take the sound pieces as a starting point. The soil is also, of course, where vegetables, herbs, and fruits grow. It is the soil that gives a singular taste depending on the geology. Naturally, these performances are called eating the soil. In partnership with different chiefs or ethnobotanists, we create edible landscape, which look like soil, but are tasty, containing local seasonal productions. Here in Cahors, southwest of France, with the collaboration of the ethnobotanist Claudine Boyer and the pastry chief Jérôme Moulinou. A time shared together, an opportunity to bring different people to discuss what the ground, the soil, means to them, while listening to the animal activity of the soil. In September this year, the Relic Lab and the Soil and Crop Science section in Cornell sent German and American soil samples into space on the ISS for 3 months. Morgan Irons from the Soil and Crops Department is in charge of this project. The idea is simple and desiring at the same time. What effects can have the absence of gravity on bacteria, fungi, and gases in the soil? At the same time, it raises other questions. Is soil leaving the earth could still be called soil? The soil under our feet almost represents gravity itself. Its whole life seems to be in connection with the earth and its gravity. It is the origin of life on earth. So is it purely earthly? Could all the different organisms living in soil adapt themselves to a microgravity situation? So I'm pleased to be associated with this project to try new artistic experiences when these samples will return to Earth. So it's a new artistic research directly connected to my actual project called Vertimus. So it's done in partnership with the lab in France, which discovered a plant sensor called proprioception. So it's the integrative physics and physiology of forestry's lab. So the plants does feel the gravity They have sensors for that, and they are also have sensors that can allow them to play proprioception. Proprioception is the ability to perceive the limit of your body. And of course, it's something we have sharing with plants too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karine. That's indeed unimaginable scope of research. We start from soil bacteria and fungi, and we end with the, this microcosmic level that Nikolay was just talking about. We keep, going to the cosmic level. So I had just, just very concrete questions about each of the projects. So it's so mind-blowing what you do. So it's curious to know how exactly you do this. So my first question was about the art project Surplanté. It was the project when sharing a breathing cycle with the
with the trees, yeah.
So you were using camera, and I didn't manage to get it. Which camera was that?
Sure, because I wasn't so precise, because it was not, we were not focused on tree breathing. So actually, it was not something that is used in sciences. It's something I pick out from internet researches. It's a camera that is usually done for industries to see where there is leaks in tubes. So this camera is only done to see CO2, so emissions. So usually a technician come into the industrial building with CO2 and inject the gases into the tubes, and so they can see where the leak is actually. So it's a very technical purpose, because of course in ecophysiology they are using this type of cameras, thermic cameras, but there are all other ones. And the black and white images you have seen are directly from the camera. There is no, tricks, nothing. I just used the images as they were shot in the forest. And so
plants feed on CO2 and they use it for photosynthesis.
Yeah, exactly. And so what was of course, we knew the level the camera was able to capture, so to record. So with the IRGA, which is the tools, maybe it, that it's used in ecophysiology to measure the CO2 emissions of trees. We managed that. We tried before, and it was about we have to leave this kind of plastic round bubble on the back of tree for 24 hours. So you can see the difference, because of course the emissions of CO2 are permanent on the trees, and it's from the leaves to the root system to the roots. So of course it's everywhere and all the time. So it has nothing to do with how we are breathing, of course, but it's still something we share.
Well, yeah, and it's just so amazing to see the gas.
Yeah, I know. I know. I was like, I know that. I guess like maybe more like only the scientific people are so just wow, because usually common people are just like, okay, that is just a very tiny cloud, and okay, it's kind of
you really have to work a little bit in science to understand where the excitement lies.
Yeah.
Anybody from the Zoom has questions, or anybody else? Because I have tons of questions always. Does anybody else want to ask something? Looks like not. Okay, well then I'll just continue. So you've been playing this piece in where you were listening to the soil, to recordings of the soil, and we heard actually the music, and you explained that it's the sound that comes from the buildings nearby. And I mean, we know this putting ear to the ground, which is the origin of semaphore, of telegraphy, of So I was, and then you asked the question. So imagine what's the impact on the bacteria and fungi. So what would you say is the impact on bacteria and fungi?
The thing is that, as far as I know from the PIAF, the one that are studying the plant sensors, that of course now we know that root system are perceiving the vibrations of sounds. So all the plants for sure are perceiving that. And since, I show you the first try I did with the fungi and the sounds as well, I found, but on my own, of course, not in the lab, but I found some reactions. And I heard from another research that is done in Toulouse, they were playing sound to different kind of fungi as well, and apparently there is an effect on them. So there is a stress. It's really depending of the kind of sounds and the intensity of it and the length. But actually, stress doesn't mean that it's negative, but there is an impact for sure on life. But of course, I don't know about bacteria and things, because then you go to the level, it's all data. So you have to measure if there is more bacteria before or after. So this has to be improved. But I'm pretty sure now, because I guess all is connected, that there is an impact on underground life, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I can imagine, people building things, digging holes, and all the vibrations of these kind of things are really having an effect on the live beings there.
Probably it would be interesting to know what's the condition of the bacteria and fungi beneath the what's the word in English? Beneath the big roads.
Right. Yeah, with all the trucks going through. Yeah, sure.
It's beneficial. I mean, we don't know, but there obviously is some kind of impact.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll just ask one more time if anybody has questions. So I have one.
So actually, we have one question from you. So it is a question to all the speakers, and maybe somebody know. Is it possible to create artificial soil with certain characteristics and chemical composition?
I know a person who can do this.
Do you know?
I know a person who can do this. I can't, but I know.
Yeah.
Actually, we asked this question to the director of the Soil Museum, who is also a soil scientist, and she was very so she argued that it's not possible because the soil is very unique matter that it's not possible actually to make an artificial one.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, does anybody have any other answer? Okay. I just have one more. That's maybe a short question. With this project of sending soil to space, and they were showing small packages. Is that enough?
Yeah.
Fungi?
Yeah, so what they did is actually it's really tiny. It's about 2 centimeter tubes. And what they did is for each samples, of course, it's like many of the same samples, and some of them are staying on Earth to compare. One is going to be very compact, and the other one is going to stay very loose. And of course, it's going to be on a very small scale. It's going to be more about bacteria and very tiny fungi. It's not about a whole life, because of course there is already ongoing studies on plants, but here was more about his gravity, the real, the first condition bacteria and this kind of life needs to, replicate or just meeting each other. And it's about that. Is it really connected to gravity or not? So, but for me, it's more philosophical point of view. What is soil? I mean,
it's spaces. It's still soil. We
Yeah,
space.
exactly. What does it mean? Because it's so connected to the Earth and to life on Earth.
Part of the skin of the Earth. And
it's 13 hours.
You take it somewhere else. All right. Thank you very much, Karine.
Thanks a lot.
Actually, we have one question for Karine from YouTube.
Yeah.
So did you connect to the lab first, or were they those ones who decided to contact you first for collaboration?
Oh, okay. So, the first example on the tree breathing, this was my asking because, as I told you before, I was, the traditional way of working, you can imagine, with artists just in my studio and not that much interaction with like specialists of the plants. So then I just sent an email saying, who wants to work with me? And I was really lucky with that because, of course, I was very focused on plants already. So Claire Damzin, this tree ecophysiologist, answered me. And then for Matthias Riddick, the Riddick lab, actually, I was the first artist working in their lab. And I'm pretty happy of that. I'm kind of proud because now there is a kind of permanent place for any type of artist working in collaboration in their lab after me. And now it's more about people inviting me in labs. But sometimes it's more connected, of course, with money. It's about, okay, there is this grant, there is this open call, and so it's in a specific university. So then I try to see who can be connected to my research, because, of course, it has to stay close from what I know already, because, again, I'm not a scientist, so it takes time to learn, and I'm really connected to this plant-human interaction. So there is no specific rules. Actually, we are working on an article about that. What are the rules for this art and sciences collaboration with Matthias Riddick? Yeah, with Matthias Riddick is going to be on very soon, actually. And it's connected with so this lab in Berlin and the one in Cornell, because they are really, I think they found very useful application, surprisingly, to have really artists that are not really scientists in their lab.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will most likely prepare a publication after that, so we would be happy to maybe reprint the article. Or
sure, just let me know, and yeah, I will share it, of course.
Thank you very much again. So I think it's time for us to pass to our next speaker, and our next speaker is Oron Catts, an Australian artist, researcher, and curator, and certainly head of Symbiotica Laboratory. So together with Ionad Zur, he established the Tissue, Culture and Art project back in 1996. Through their research about the impact of tissue engineering on the society, the Tissue, Culture and Art project conceived of the term semi-living to describe a new category of life that originated in the lab. But I'd say that many other things are also semi-living. The primary aim of the Tissue, Culture and Art project is to explore the philosophical, cultural and ethical implications of the semi-living and contestable future scenarios they offer us. So the topic of Oron's talk today is Keep Warm, Compost as an Incubator. So Oron, you are very, very welcome.
Thank you so much. It's really great to be here. Thank you, Natalia, and thank you everyone else that was involved in inviting me. I would also like to share my slides, so let me just do that first.
Yes, here.
Yeah. A few screens around. Sorry about that. Oh. Right, is it coming up?
we don't yet see it. Numbers.
You don't see the screen. All right, so here we are.
Now that works.
That working? Good. Okay, yeah, so Yonat and myself have been working, as you said, with living tissue as a medium for artistic expression since 1996. And we started to get really interested in also what it means to start to treat and think about biology as kind of a new media of controlling life and how it changes our perceptions of life. But before I even start my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the Noongar Whadjuk people of Western Australia that are the traditional custodians of this land on which I work and do my research and develop my art. I wish to acknowledge the strength of their continuing culture, and I offer my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. And in the context of this conference, I think it's important to note that Australia is a really interesting place when it comes to soil. We are basically a very ancient continent. We have very ancient soil, very little volcanic activity, which means that the soil here in Australia is actually lacking quite a lot of elements that are present in other parts of the world, different types of trace elements and phosphorus, for example. And it's interesting to see that also the indigenous people of Australia for at least 40,000 years have been engaged in what's called fire stick agriculture, which was all about dealing with the soil and enriching the soil, mainly through the creation of biochar, which is basically burning down land in order to bring the nutrients and fix the nutrients in the soil of this ancient land. Yeah, so this is kind of just as a side, but something to consider, that this type of soil technology existed throughout the world and throughout some of the most ancient cultures that are still existing today. But jumping to our current mode of the relationship to this idea of life around us, I would like to start by something that Yonat and myself have been thinking a lot about, and that's a concept that we refer to as neo-lifism, and that's this fetishization of technological approaches to life that often overshadow the context in which life operates. So it seems that the biological milieu, which includes obviously soil as well, is transformed into an abstract technological instrument of control, where life is just another raw material to be engineered. Decontextualized life has been reconfigured, mixed and remixed, reappropriated and instrumentalized to such an extent that in many cases, the technologically imagined potential of life stands for life itself. Now, the idea of being able to think about life as raw material is not that new. The idea of biology moving from a descriptive discipline to a prescriptive discipline already appeared in the writings of this guy over here, Jacques Loeb, who was a German-American scientist working in the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. And he already back then started to think about the idea of biology as an engineering pursuit. So basically, not just figuring out what living systems are doing, but in a sense, trying to understand how we can exploit living systems and try to extract value out of them and function that would enable humans to control the world around us. Now, this idea is obviously very much apparent in things like factory farming or any type of attempt to work with living systems as an engineering pursuit, where nature itself is becoming an obstacle to be overcome. So all of those biomedical, bioengineering, synthetic biological approaches that we see now are all driven from this human desire to control nature and to overcome nature as an obstacle. The connection between nature and life and industry, as I said, it's not very new, but this is a really beautiful example and problematic example. This is a meatpacking factory in the United States in the second half of the 19th century. And you can see that this is basically a disassembly line. What they've done, they took complex systems and reduced them into abstract components. And the story goes that Henry Ford actually went to see those disassembly lines as it came about with his idea of the assembly lines. So in a sense, you can think about the fact that we first had to take systems that existed outside of human control, break them down into those abstract components for us to imagine the possibility of putting different things together in a systematic way, in like the assembly line, in order to come up with products like the Model T car. Now, it's interesting also to think about the fact that one of the industrial revolutions, so the industrial revolution of the 18th century and 19th century, main outcomes was to transfer labor from sentient biological agents, be it workers, slaves, and working animals, into non-sentient machines. In order to increase productivity, non-sentient machines don't complain, they run 24/7, and you don't have to be worried about the ethical issues around exploiting sentient agents for the production of goods. However, the so-called fourth industrial revolution, which is what we're being told we are going through nowadays, promises to bring sentiency to machine through artificial intelligence and machine learning and so forth. At the very same time, we are trying to remove sentiency from biological entities through biotechnology and synthetic biology, in particular in fields such as biofabrication and cellular agriculture, which promise us to be able to remove the body of the animal from the animal product. So all of the fields that are now are pushing ahead with the idea of creating a different type of agriculture, and that's lab-grown agriculture, where only fragments of living biological systems are being used in order to try and produce goods like meat, leather, and other materials. But this reversal of roles, so the shift between the first industrial revolution and the fourth industrial revolution, really requires a new set of tools to engage and understand what those implications are on our understanding of things like human and non-human relationship, the idea of sentiency, life, labor, and exploitation. And I would claim that this is exactly where artists and philosophers and people are engaging in cultural studies should really come in and try to explore those issues, because we shouldn't leave those questions to scientists, engineers, and managers. Now, when it comes to the history of this idea of looking at life as a raw material, this idea of biology as engineering, one of the prime examples, and really the earliest example of this industrialization of the caring and maintenance of life, was the humble thermostat that was invented in 1620 by Cornelius Drebbel, and that was considered to be the first order cybernetic device. So the first feedback system, the technological feedback system and feedback control system, was the thermostat, and it's not surprising that the first use of this cybernetic device was to outsource the cares for other life forms as a technological device. So it was basically used as a way of basically industrializing chicken production. Yeah, so you don't have to deal anymore with the seasonal issues around chicken production. You can incubate eggs, and you can look after the young using artificial systems and technological systems that had a feedback control to maintain a constant temperature to care for those things. And again, it's not surprising that those devices were very gendered. They were called the artificial mother. In 1916, or actually earlier than that, when scientists started to figure out ways to maintain living fragments of complex organisms, and I'm talking about cells and tissues, outside of the context of the original body from which they were taken, which is basically tissue culture and tissue engineering, one of the main scientists in the field already observed that in order to, through the discovery of tissue culture, they have, so to speak, created a new type of body in which to grow the cell. A new form of cell environment in which, in many respects, is different from the normal body that nature has given the cell in which to develop. And this is basically the complex system of maintaining the cells in a surrogate technological body that keeps everything in the right temperature, provides the right conditions for the cells to develop and grow as if they are inside the original body from which they were taken. But as we see here, they already acknowledged that it was different and it wasn't natural in any way or form. So throughout the years of growing living cells and tissues as a medium for artistic expression, Yonatan himself became more and more interested in this surrogate technological body, in this incubator and all of the other components that we need in order to trick the cells into continuing to grow even though they're outside of the original body from which they were taken. And we got really interested in this idea of the incubator as the main thing that basically life cannot survive without. And we were also trying to reverse the technological logic. So if you think about a lot of the fields of contemporary thought about agriculture, things like hydroponics and growing plants in chambers that are totally removed from the context of the soil on which they are growing, we reversed it and we basically used compost as the driving force and as the instrument of care and control for the fragments of living bodies that we are growing for the living tissue. So in 2016, we developed two types of incubators. One of our PhD students, Mike Bianco, who is a beekeeper, created an incubator which is based on a beehive. And Jonathan myself created an incubator that basically used the heat that is being generated in the process of composting. So basically the activity of the soil bacteria that was breaking down the organic material generated heat, which we would then use in order to basically incubate and warm an area where we can culture our cells. So those are some schematics of that compost incubator. This part of the work was developed with another artist called Devon Ward. And what you see here is basically setting up a compost heap that has a garden hose coiled inside. Now, the interesting thing, this type of system, it's basically using anaerobic composting, so basically without the presence of oxygen, which allows for a much longer duration of composting, but it's not as hot as the compost, as an aerobic compost, but we still were able to maintain between 40 and 60 degrees Celsius for durations of up to a few weeks, where we could basically use that heat in order to be able to grow the cells. So here's another schematic. And this is one version. So this is the indoor version. Now with all of our work, we use wood chips and other kind of organic material, but we try to, wherever we work, we try to work with the local police to get the manure from the mounted police. So basically using police horses' shit in order to restart or start the composting process for obvious reasons. Those were still maintaining the temperature using pumps and thermostats. But then in 2018, we were lucky enough to be invited to show our work at the Science Gallery in London, where we decided to go pre-cybernetic and develop an off-a-grid type of incubation system. And we also, because it was outdoors, we were looking at ways to keep our cultures safe and keep the system safe. We were very much inspired by those obstructical phantoms that were developed in the 16th and 17th century as training devices for childbirth. And we used that, and we were also inspired by an artist called Kristen Millett who developed a series of works around those obstructical phantoms. So we developed our own obstructical phantom device, which was basically a cage to host the incubator that grew the cells inside outdoors in London in February, in winter. And so you can see here some images of that compost incubator. We were really curious to see if it's actually worked. We worked with scientists from King's College in London, and we cultured mouse connective tissue cells for a few weeks. And we then imaged and seen that we were actually quite successful, obviously not as successful as growing it in the lab, but we still were able to maintain cells alive and growing outdoors in London in winter using only the temperature that was generated by the breakdown of the compost material. And as I said, without any thermostats, because the idea there was to just use the constant flow of, or the constant temperature that was generated by the compost and regulate the flow rates of the water in order to maintain this constant temperature there. Obviously, much of what humans are doing has been done before and has been done in nature. Here in Australia, we have a bird which is called the malleefowl, that builds those huge mounds of compost in order to incubate their own eggs. And this is kind of how their system works. And I would leave it there because obviously we would like to have some question and answers. But just to give you an idea, this is kind of where things are. In a sense, what we're doing with this work here is, rather than taking the farm into the lab, as the people of the cellular agriculture are trying to push the idea of new modes of food production, we're basically bringing the lab into the field, into the farm, and proposing new ways in which we can maintain homeostatic conditions and temperature outdoors, using just the biological systems that would care for other biological systems. So really the reverse of the 1620 invention of the thermostat. We want to bring the power of control and caring for living systems to living systems themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With your conclusion, you've just answered the question that I had. I was going to ask you what's the relationship between control and living systems and the compost, but you've just articulated it. Let's see if we have any questions from our viewers.
Not for this moment.
Oh, okay. That was very beautiful and ethical how you started your talk with Nayongar Hadyuk, if I translate, if I read it correctly, land and their Nayongar Hadu people, and that you are working on their land and sort of working with their soil. So were you actually working with any of the techniques of indigenous people? Looks like you've been looking at the technique Malifal was using, but was that just an ethical gesture, or was it some kind of a reference to some collaboration that you have?
All right. Here in Australia, it's actually very common to acknowledge the country on which you work and acknowledge the First Nation people and the Indigenous people. You know, it's still their land. They never let it. They never gave it. So we should acknowledge that we're on the land, and that we should respect that.
Right. I've never heard
their elders
people introducing their talk this way.
Yes.
That's so correct.
No. So in Australia, I know in Canada, it's also quite common. Saying that we did, so I run Symbiotica, and at Symbiotica we support residents and students, and we did work with quite a few Indigenous artists and researchers. But it is interesting that in the context of the biochar and the understanding of the fire stick agriculture, we currently have a couple of residents that are looking at it. They're looking at kind of the carbon cycle in growth and in living biological systems, and they were very interested in this idea of basically using char, so basically carbon, from different types of sources as a substrate and as a source for nutrients for the life forms that they're interested in. They're working. The name is Donna Franklin and Sarah Robinson. They are looking at working with fungi and lichen. But the source, the substrate, would be biochar, and they are looking at different types of techniques to create it. Finding out that here in Australia, actually, this whole idea of using a very specific form of fire stick farming and burning in the indigenous people had very obviously strong understanding of the climate. So there would be specific times where they would burn down the forest and the fields in order to allow for the optimal kind of ways of keeping most of the nutrients in the soil itself rather than let them disappear, and in particular to do with phosphorus binding and keeping that in the soil.
Thank you. Well, I had one more question, just a really very technical one. So you've said that you were using the compost outside, and that you were managing to keep the temperature. I didn't understand whether you were working with beehive or some other living system which was on top of the compost. But I was curious. I mean, the compost is quite well. It has its properties, and one of them can be a smell. So how do you deal with this? I just can't understand how do you exhibit it in the gallery.
All right, let me just be clear about the beehive. The beehive was a different incubator.
So what was it?
For the show we had... Sorry?
What was it?
The show in 2016, we had two incubators. One was basically, because the interesting thing about beehives is that you can think about the bee colony as a superorganism, and that the actual body of that superorganism is the hive. The conditions inside the hive are very regulated by the bees. There's bees that actually, the job is to maintain the right temperature and the right conditions inside. The CO2 levels, for example, inside the beehive are much higher than the atmospheric CO2 levels. They can reach something like between 2 and 4%, as opposed to 400 parts per million that we have outside in the atmosphere. And they do maintain a regular temperature. So regardless if it's winter or summer, the temperature inside the beehive is constant. So it's really like a body of a complex organism, where the bees themselves can be seen as the organs of the body rather than individuals. Mm-hmm. And that was very important for Mike, who's a beekeeper and an artist, and he did research into it. So, but what he was able to do is actually to culture animal cells and human cells using the conditions inside the beehive as the incubator. So that was one part. That was one level of caring for other systems using a biological system. With our system, we basically used the activity of the microorganisms, of the different types of bacteria that breaks down that organic material. In most cases, in our compost incubator, it was wood chips. So the smell that wood chips generate actually, as they break down, is not that bad. It's actually quite a nice smell of this type of that. Most of the anaerobic incubation in Rex really stinks, but if you do it correctly and you use the right material, so as I said, we started with torch sheet, but that's deep inside the incubator or inside the compost pile, so the smell didn't really spread too much. Saying that, when we had the indoor versions of it, that was a full sensory experience for the audience. Yeah, so it was beyond just the visual impact of that. People would know quite in advance that they're going to enter a room where there's a compost incubator, just by smelling it, even a few galleries away. So you can imagine that not many museums were happy with us showing this kind of work, and this is something that's constant with our work, that many galleries and museums find this type of work problematic. But in this case, again, the smell wasn't foul. It wasn't bad smell. It was just very
it was just a smell,
strong and striking. Yeah. In the Japanese version, the very first one that I showed, we had an issue, so we couldn't really generate the heat because they wanted us to have already mature compost. So mature compost obviously doesn't generate the same heat as fresh compost, but it also didn't smell as bad or didn't smell as much.
I see. So if it smells well, it's like the smell of the forest in autumn, right? It's kind of slightly rotten.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's
pleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, because we, actually, I suppose with this one, it's a lot. There's a lot of fungi that breaks it down as well, because only fungi figures out a way to break down the lignin, which is actually the main component of wood. Yeah. So, and the smell of that rotting is not that bad.
I see. Do we have any other questions from our viewers? I have one question, but it is not fully formulated. It's a very emotional question. The question was about Mali Fowl. Our viewer, Maria Mashenskaya, she wants to know do they have any problems with the creating of compost that you know of? Is there any human impact? You probably don't know that much about Mali Fowl, but maybe you still do know something.
I know a bit, and I went to a research center here in Western Australia where they're trying to breed them. They are threatened by human activity. You can imagine it's a really strange evolutionary solution to caring for the youngs, because the amount of energy they invest in order to build, because those are really big compost mounds. They're about 2.5 meters and quite tall. It takes them a while to bring them up to the right temperature. They have to collect the right organic material, the right kind of leaves and other parts of plants, and obviously to do with agriculture and land clearing. They don't really find enough of that, so it is problematic. It is actually one of the very few birds that the young never sees the parents. So once it's set up, and I suppose this is the evolutionary kind of motivation for them to do it, they set it up, they lay the eggs are really big, they hope, and obviously in most cases they're successful in maintaining the temperature inside that compost mound enough for the gestation to take place. And then it's really interesting that the chick gets out of the egg and burrows through the compost, which is actually quite thick, doesn't breathe yet, takes them about 20 minutes. And then they reach the surface, they take a big breath and stop moving for about 20 minutes until they get their strength back, and then they fly away. So they're already flying, basically less than an hour after they hatched, they would already fly away. It's a very special bird, and yeah, it is very much threatened by human activity, and especially to do with things of the losing habitat and land clearing. But there are quite a few initiatives around Australia and trying to at least keep areas for them where they can do it and have them out. I know that also indigenous people used to recognize it and obviously take the eggs. Was a very nutritious kind of addition to their diet.
Right, thank you very much. That Bonneval seems to present the smothering factory. That's very interesting indeed, evolutionary step. Well, thank you very much. Fortunately, we have to move to, well, fortunately and unfortunately, we have to move to the next speaker. Thank you for the talk, and well, hope that we will be able to exhibit your compost incubator here in the Soil Museum one day.
I hope so too.
Great.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and the next speaker is Polina Khanova. She's a translator, editor, assistant of the Faculty of Philosophy in Moscow State University, member of the editorial board of the Logos Journal. She translated into Russian this huge work by Rizani Giristani called Cyclonopedia, and the works of John Law, Steve Fuller, Graham Harman, this apostles of speculative realism. Currently, she is translating Staying with the Trouble by Donna Haraway with Diana Hames and Alexander Pisarev. And today we hope to hear her talking about the urban studies in the context of dark ecology. Polina, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Are you hearing me okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, good. I'm obviously not a literary scholar, but in this talk I'm going to be dealing with literary and artistic imagery, so I'm sorry if it sounds more poetic than conceptual. But I'm very interested in urban studies and how they can or cannot deal with the image of the soil or the underground in the city. And I would like to start with an image. So in the Netflix series Stranger Things, you probably have seen it. So this small provincial town reveals itself as having another side, something that the local D&D playing kids label the upside down. And it looks exactly like the city above, but somehow weird and overgrown with this strange alien matter. And one can travel from one side to another, and the way leads through this fleshy, squelching hole in an old tree, a process uncannily resembling an unbirth. And when I see this image, I think of a myriad of other fictional cities having this kind of dark side or weird side. We can recall Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere, China Mieville's On London, Max Fry's Dark Side, Sergei Lukyanenko's Night Watch series, and finally, the beginning of it all, I think, Golganuza, a creation of William Blake. The city is a sort of spiritual double of the real London, which is actually a body in itself. So this image of a dark city or a dark side of the city occurs quite often in literature, and this dark side, I know, is specific to the city environment. It rarely or does not occur in the wild. So it seems that our idea of the city, of what a city is, seems to be inherently tied to this image. And literary and visual artistic imagination here, to me, is a symptom of something very important. And Timothy Morton, the author of The Concept of Dark Ecology, hints the date of the beginning of Anthropocene, the geological epoch that we seem to be living in now, on the birth of the first permanent human settlements, a moment where the difference between nature and culture is born. So our concept of nature as something being outside, something being out there, is inherently tied to this dwelling, because nature is something beyond the gates. And this image of the border and the gate permeates the discourse of nature, both in its exploitative and its conservationist forms. So we can say that the idea of the city permeates our culture to the point that every time we say the word culture, we invoke this image. So it is, to use Nicholas' term, a hyperstition, an idea that makes itself real and uses humanity as a vehicle for its realization. Or in Brezhnev Garastani's terms, the city becomes thing without genesis, sacred. In Lovecraftian mythology, even the unthinkably ancient and incomprehensibly alien beings capable of living in like non-Euclidean geometry also build cities. So this thing, the city, ought to become something more than just a quintessence of human control and civilization, as we used to think about it. And it is capable of ungrounding the opposition between nature and culture. For Maddox Ford, in his work The Cell of London, says the Londoner comes to forget that his London is built upon real earth. He forgets that under the pavements there are hills, forgotten watercourses, springs, and marshlands. End quote. But this is not to suppose a romantic ecological dream that tells us that if we just lift the pavement, unground the city, undo the rigid results of thousands of years of harmful anthropocentric practices, and we'll find this stage, this pure, unspoiled nature. The city is constantly forgetting that it is built upon real earth, but this forgetting itself is an active process, which is far weirder than we think. In Cyclopedia, we encounter a powerful image of Lamassu, the mystical beings guarding the ancient Assyrian city, to the point that they become the agents of the enemy from the inside, to the demise of the very people who created Lamassu to protect themselves. And I think this Lamassu can represent this very will to push the nature out, outside the city walls, while it is still beneath us. The soil is where the city hides its unseemly roots, its foundations, its dungeons, its sewers, its graves, its connective systems. And this forgetting creates a peculiar hole in the imagination of the city, creating what looks like to a city dweller, to a classical researcher driven by the visual or any other kind of reductionist methodology, a weird perversion of nature's harmony, and nightmarish, or rather daymarish, matter that Dylan Trigg calls, using a phenomenological term, the flesh. So the ground a city is built upon is not a neutral ground. The city is better represented not as a divide between nature and culture, but as a tension between a hyperstitional idea and the flesh. But how can we gain access to this dark city? It's not an easy question, and the very words gain and access are not quite the right words for it, as we will see later. Well, this access is definitely not through a manhole, however. We have many attempts, like anthropological, sociological, urbanists, to deal with the so-called dark side of the city, and also famous literary experiments that represent this modern approach. Dickensian visceral imagery, Dostoevsky's notes from the underground, but these all are centered around this idea of bringing light into previously unlit spaces, bringing them out of the hinterland into the foreground. Same with the techniques like psychogeography and other urban research strategies, emphasizing hearing, smelling, other non-visual modes. They create another type of image, another type of reduction. But in literary sources, we can spot sort of traces of a different approach. We can spot that the city is at its most earthly and unearthly at night, as literary scholar Matthew Beaumont once said. The night city has become suspicious and subject to continuous efforts of policing, lighting, description, but the artistic interactions with the city reveal a mode of engaging the flesh of the city. For example, Virginia Woolf, in her essay Street Haunting, writes, what greater delight and wonder can there be than to leave the straight lines of personality, to feel that one is not tethered to a single mind, but can put on briefly for a few minutes the bodies and minds of others. So by walking aimlessly through a night city, she achieves a state where the lines of the subject, the person, become blurred, and she herself becomes a haunting, a counterpart of the flesh of the dark city. Or the same Charles Dickens, who was also a compulsive night walker, in his The Uncommercial Traveler, described the experience of an insomniac that wanders through the city while the membrane between the subject and the environment blurs, and the city sort of takes over to the point where he cannot distinguish between himself and his surroundings, and between the reality and the dream. And in this very peculiar state, he perceives the city not as a creation of civilization, not as something that is created to differentiate and control and light, but as something very visceral, something continuous and whole, growing and existing in its own integral state, where the human, the observer, is not capable of discerning, of putting the border between herself and the surroundings. In these works, the city becomes quite literally a hyper-object that exists beyond the scope of human perception, because it is so much bigger, so much on the different scale in space and also in time, because as I already pointed out, the city is an idea that is in a way contemporary with humanity as a biological being. So we cannot trace the history of the city as an idea, because we are part of this history. We are not the creators of the city, but we are its creations. And the flesh, the ground that lies beneath the city, is not something different from it, but something that is growing through us and inside us, as Dylan Trigg, in his brilliant research, Topophobia, points out, the city space is something that gives us our subjectivity and also threatens it by constantly demonstrating its power to take it away. And this approach to the city and its ground is sort of inherently counterpoint to the standard mode of urban studies that tends to favor the light, the visual modes of interpretations. And I think that we can learn from these literary experiences of topophobia, of street haunting, of the insomniac night walking, that reveals something that escapes the light-driven techniques of science. And this merging of art and science can give us sort of new language that does not invoke the nature-culture divide, providing instead a more productive tension between the hyperstitional idea and the flesh. I think I'll stop here and give space for questions.
Thank you very much for such a dense talk with the multiplicity of allusions and the number of works that you've been citing. I just want us to start the discussion maybe with this nature-culture opposition that you finished with, and you also started with it with mentioning of Timothy Morton. So you were saying that when we say nature, we think something, and when we say culture, we think city. However, we have this notion of agriculture that Oren was just talking about, that very old civilizations which didn't really have any urban anything, were implementing agriculture, and were cultural. So can you a little bit expand on there is this deficiency between nature and culture, this opposition. It's like, it's old, it's worn out, it needs better wording. Can you elaborate on it a little bit, maybe just offer better oppositions. Well, I mean, opposition is also not the right term, but you can explain that.
Yeah, this is, I think it's the famous Morton's idea of agriculture that to him sort of drives this whole nature-culture divide in the sense that, before, if we can imagine something like before the human settlement, before the Neolithic Revolution, there could be no concept of nature because it was the sort of immanent whole that we're a part of, and the settlement is basically the birth of the idea of the border. And this is why I connect this to the city, while obviously it's not an urban environment yet in this city or village. Opposition is also kind of powerful, but mostly what a city is a walled thing. A city is something contained within a particular border that separates it from the outside world. And this is what Morton sees as the birth of the concept of nature. So nature is something that is beyond the walls. And this is how we define it. And the city is, any kind of settlement is kind of paradoxical in its way, as I see it, because technically, if we want to call it nature, if we want to be like classically classically grounded, if we want to call it nature, then it is not just outside. It is also beneath us. It is also above us. If we look at it sort of in 3D. So to keep this idea of the city coherent, we have to constantly, the modernist thinking has to constantly exercise this effort of pushing the ground away, of forgetting that nature is also constantly under our feet.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, like, being cultural is pushing the ground away. That's a beautiful metaphor. Like in this one, Beyond the Pavement, not the beach. And I was tempted asking you what seems to be beyond the pavement, if not the beach. But I mean, that's definitely a question to the scholar of soil. Right. So I was also, so if I understand your take correctly, so the divide in which the nature-culture opposition ceases to exist for a number of reasons is the night, the dark time of the city, and then in the nighttime, the city is not being cultural, if we put it that way. It is, and you've said that the observer cannot discern herself from the surrounding. So, the nighttime seems to be the initial part of this day-night undertaking, and I mean, we also have this idea of the nightlife of the city, which is something else. So can we, if we make a kind of a parallel of the nighttime with the underground, so sort of know who lives underground. We know that these are bacteria, fungi, mice, and so on and so forth. So if not the cultural beings are the dwellers of the city in the nighttime, who are?
Well, first, I wouldn't put a strict parallel between the nighttime and the daytime of the city, because well, it's just a starting point, because we obviously are sort of completely mired in this modernist idea of the city, and it's not something that can be like turned off at will. And the nighttime is just something that helps us to ditch this idea. But it can be done in different ways. For example, Trigg's topophobia works perfectly in daytime, and it works even better in daytime. So night it's not necessary. It's just that the literary examples of these encounters with the flesh of the city that I found are mostly taken place at night. So it seems to be that something helps. And the point of the idea of the haunting is that before we can sort of deal with it, encounter it, once again, we and encounter is a wrong wording, because the first step is this sort of dissolvement, the dissolution of the subject, of we. And as I said, commenting on Virginia Woolf's quote, it's not about us and the city anymore. It's about the haunting and the flesh. So yeah, kind of like that.
So the haunting and the flesh, you mean that we are just this flesh?
We're both.
Do we have any questions from our social media?
No, but we have a little notion. So about this question, what is under the pavement? So when we share this title with our colleagues from the Museum of Soil Science, they were quite dissatisfied, as there is no soil under the pavement in real city, because urbanization affects so much for soil that they turn into urbanizons.
In what?
Urbanizons. Yes, like cheerleading and
urbanizon.
Yeah.
It still manages to grow in this. So maybe we shouldn't be that obsessed with the beach or compost.
Yeah, if I may, I really like this. The more I think about this motto under the pavement beach, the more I find it beautiful and paradoxical in so many ways, because if we think of the beach, well, first of all, it's obviously the sand that is used by the pavers to underlay the city pavements. So it is already a human creation, and also the beach as in something that is sort of imagined like nature, but is already an object of human consumption. Mm-hmm. Because the beach is not is not nature. The beach is a place for recreation, a place for human enjoyment.
I like to think of beach as this human version of paradise. Like it's hot in paradise always, right? You don't have to do anything. So probably putting this beyond the pavement would destroy this this opposition of like urban space where you work, and then natural space where you supposedly recreate. But we know that no one in nature recreates, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All the time. Everybody works all the time until they die, right? There's no such thing as recreation. Yeah. So what is exactly that you attached to in this motto, beyond the pavement, not the beach? So it's that the nature cannot be restored where the city is.
It's 14 hours.
Is there anything else in it?
That was just a sort of a statement of opposition to this romantic idea of finding nature in the city, or bringing back nature to the city.
This is a critique of green infrastructure, that you can't really include city and nature. Maybe.
I'm not ready to subscribe to the critique of green infrastructure. It's definitely a good thing, but the mode of thinking that drives it is, as Morton points out, that's not my idea, is sort of the same mode of thinking that got us where we are now. And maybe beyond under the pavement, there are a great many things, but certainly not this, as you said, the idea of paradise.
It's definitely not there. Well, it's not even anyway. Right. On this note, thank you very much, Polina, and it's time for us to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is Ben Woodard, a contemporary philosopher, specialist in the field of media, natural philosophy, cinema, and literature in the genre of horror. So we are continuing the line of horror and the dark. He's engaged in postdoc research at the Institute of Philosophy and Theory of Art at the University of Lüneburg, Leifen, Germany. And certainly we know him as an author of Slime Dynamics, that is translated into Russian, Dynamika Silesia, and as a speculative realist. So the aim of Ben Woodard's talk today is to understand what Schilling's philosophy notion of ground means for the distinction between life and non-life, as well as between a living and non-living ground. So, Ben, you are very welcome.
Hi, thank you, and thanks for the invitation. And sorry for not joining earlier. I've been fighting a cold for a week now, so I'm sorry about that.
Are you fine now?
Yeah, more or less. I'm still I sound a bit funny, but so hopefully you can understand me. So I'll just start, and I'll try to stick to what I've written also for the sake of the translation, but I might go a little bit off of it. So yeah, the idea, as was said, is to discuss this notion of ground in Schelling, and how this sort of relates to this question of life and non-life, and also the question of how abstract is this notion of ground. When Schelling talks about grounds, is he just being formal, or is he talking about the real ground? Is he talking about dirt and soil and these kinds of things? And of course, the answer, I think, is that he's talking about both at once, and that leads to a lot of strange consequences for his philosophy of nature. So, for much of the history of Western thought, life was seen as the sort of default, right? Life was seen as plentiful. Every aspect of the planet, every corner of the planet was seen to be filled with life, as was the cosmos, right? And of course, when we talk about life in this kind of pre-modern sense, we're not talking about living matter, we're not talking about organic matter, we're talking about life as a kind of active divine creation, right? We're talking about life as a spirit or a force or a soul or a capacity for action. So even for for Aristotle, for instance, life was really about this capacity to act, right? So, but then as life became a biological phenomena, right, as something, a particular type of something, in the 1800s, there was a slow realization because of geology and astronomy that life was not omnipresent. That in fact, life was maybe a rare and particular phenomena. It wasn't everywhere, and it won't last forever. Right. So if, once this realization takes place, the question becomes, what is the ground of life, or what makes life possible if it's not a divine spark, or if it's not an immaterial condition, right? What is the essence of life, or what is the thing that makes life happen? So this question was very important for Schelling, who was a late 18th and to the mid 19th century, a German philosopher. And when he talks about grounds and grounding, which is very much his term, it's something that actually has become more and more popular in contemporary Anglo-American philosophy, in the sense that grounds are something that is similar to but different from cause and effect, right? So if we say in terms of cause and effect, right, the acid causes the stone to dissolve, grounds have to do with a sort of different type of cause and effect, in the sense that there's a ground and a consequent, or there's a ground and something that is grounded. So for instance, the seed and the flower, right? So the question, or the reason why Schelling asks what is grounding, is he wants to know essentially what is the basis of what, or what is fundamental, what is more fundamental to something. And so it's not just a cause and effect, but it's about an ongoing relationship that is not just about an event of cause, but this sort of, or this asymmetrical cause and effect, but a more dialectical kind of back and forth. So his, Schelling's example, for instance, is he talks about mother and child. So he says the mother or the parent is the sort of ground of the child, and that makes more sense to say that she is the cause. But in producing a child, or the production of a living thing, also affects and changes what grounded it. So the child makes the mother into a mother, right? So there's also a kind of retroactive effect. So it's, again, not just cause and effect, but ground and grounded, and whatever is grounded affects or changes the ground in some way, at least in terms of the relationships. And the way that the ground it has been stabilized becomes changed. So, part of the reason why this is important for living and non-living is, again, this notion of the principle of plenitude, which is the sort of proper term for this notion that life is everywhere, or life should be as long-lasting and wide-ranging and existing as possible. And Thomas Moynihan, in this recent book, came out just a month ago, I think, called X-Risk, which is about the history of extinction. He spends many, many pages on how hard it was to overcome this principle of plenitude. This idea that even if humans went extinct, even if life went extinct, they would return, right? That there is some kind of giant recycling machine that would bring life back in some way. And so the idea of ground and grounded, in this idea of as something related to living and non-living, is quite important, because on the one hand, there is an effect, right? That the organic and inorganic affect one another, but there's still a sense that it's not a perfect circle, right? There's not a perfect repetition, that there's always some change or creation that happens that is going to, and that the organic is unpredictable in certain ways. And so this battle against theology, but not only theology, to sort of say, what is the organic, or how is the organic, something that isn't just the side effect of the living, right? So there's often a sense that stones and minerals and these types of things were seen as merely a byproduct of an already existing form of life. But once you start to find more fossils and traces of extinct life, it becomes harder to maintain that. And so one of the interesting examples of this this notion of this omnipresent divine life being challenged by the inorganic is, and Thomas Winahan, he mentions this, and Emily Thomas in a recent book about travel and philosophy talks about how many theologians and natural theologians in the 16 and 1700s would talk a long time about how ugly mountains were. So mountains in the Christian sort of Western tradition were seen as like possible challenges to God's designs because they were hideous, horrible things. So it's actually it's not really until the Romantics that mountains are seen as kind of aesthetically interesting. And this happens once the organic and the inorganic start to become more and more separated. And of course, the very fact that at the same time, there starts to be discovery of fossil traces of former life found on the tops of mountains and within mines starts to also go along with this strange worry that maybe life won't repeat itself and maybe some type of life will end and not always go on. And so the other complication for this notion of ground and grounding, which is quite important, is how it relates to this notion of mechanism and dynamism. So often when we talk about mechanism nowadays, it's sort of seen as opposed to life, right? The life and mechanism are somehow disparate. But even up until Descartes, right, mechanism and life were not opposed. And this again is because this notion that life was seen as this kind of active principle, and so the fact that this active principle is what made something alive, it didn't matter how much things were organized or put together. It was, the fact was that, spirit or animation from the outside, whether it was the winding of a key or God's finger, that was enough to call something alive. And so, the fact that machines in the 1600s had a capacity for action made them as lively as an organism, right? Because the difference was about activity on the one hand and a rational soul or not, right? So calling an animal a machine was not really an insult in the way that we might take it to be now. And of course, this is very important because if the ground of life is this immaterial active principle, then mechanism is just a way to describe the place where that spirit is moving and acting. It doesn't actually do anything in terms of it being less or more alive. And of course, this starts to change once biology starts to emerge in the early 1800s, and when Schelling, at the same time when Schelling is writing about ground and grounded, and about the inorganic and the organic. And even in those terms, we can start to see, how this notion of the principle of plenitude even affects this, right? Because the fact that we have organic as first, right? And inorganic is seen as a sort of secondary term, right? But when Schelling starts to write, he says that there must be a sort of fundamental continuity between these things. The organic He is not a vitalist. He says there can't be a force of just life, that forces are neither living nor dead, that they produce things that we call both the organic and the inorganic, but it's more about how we describe them and how we frame them in terms of different types of knowledge. So, for instance, what makes the organic is that it's grounded in inorganic processes such as physics and chemistry. But of course, what makes the organic is that it is receptive, right? It has receptivity, that it is affected by these forces in a different way. So the fact that, the way the eye responds to light rays, or the way the skin responds to changes in temperature, right, is made possible through anatomical and physiological productions which are grounded in the inorganic, but again, they can be called organic because they take on, they redeploy those forces in a particular way, right? So, when Schelling naturalizes the human, when he talks about the fact that humans or all living things are grounded in the inorganic or grounded in nature, it doesn't necessarily mean that, right, it's not this straightforward cause and effect, right? Because obviously once the organic is created, right, the way that it redeploys the chemical and the physical, again, starts to change the inorganic, right? The fact that living things are mineralized, right? The fact that we have bones, the fact that we can change how we regulate heat because of how our bodies are formed, right? It's not simply a very straightforward cause and effect relationship. And so Schelling even takes this notion of grounding even further and talks about that even philosophy itself must be seen as grounded in nature. And again, this productive nature, this continuity between the inorganic and the organic. He says philosophy, any form of human experience, any animal experience, any animal capacity is made possible by the inorganic and must be grounded also in the organic, right? The organic's receptivity makes the production of ideas possible. So, of course, the problem of this notion is that it seems as if Schelling is saying, nature determines everything. But part of the issue for him is to say, he doesn't want to say that nature determines everything in a sort of solid, strictly mechanical way, but more that, it's always it's a dynamic way. There's no close, there's no end goal, there's no final product. And of course, what makes this difficult is that Schelling argues that with Descartes and after him, he makes this claim in probably his most famous work, the essay on freedom, where Schelling says that nature no longer exists as a living ground for philosophy, right? And this is quite a sort of strange statement, but his point is that after Descartes, nature becomes the sort of world of matter or the world of extension. And so, of course, philosophy thinks about it, but it thinks about it in particular terms. And those terms, such as natural laws set up by God, right, don't actively affect then how we think, right? How we think, especially for Descartes and for many people after, has to be grounded in either the divine, the spirit, or it has to be grounded in something that is radically separated from nature. And this is what Schelling means when he says nature has to be considered a living ground, so that nature produces thinking, right? There isn't, as Schelling puts it, there isn't a world of stones and a world of ideas. There's only one world, right? There is no nature and everything else. There's only nature. But the problem is, and the complexity of the organic and the complexity of this ground and grounded relationship means that, because of the complexity of thought, philosophy starts to see itself as self-caused, right? That only thinking can affect thinking. That ideas are from other ideas, right? That we engage with the world at the level of experience, but we don't go any further than this. And one of the ways that Schelling talks about this is he calls it a spiritual sickness. If we see philosophy as only self-reflection, as only thinking about thinking. But part of the really strange kind of effect of Schelling's thought is that if we are grounded in nature, then we think nature according to nature, right? And what this means also is that nature thinks in us. So we don't possess thought, right? We are possessed by thought in a certain way. We are capable of limiting or interrupting the process of thinking to a limited extent. But it's only because we as organic beings are open to nature and affected and grounded in it that we can have anything like thoughts, right? The fact that our physiology, our anatomy closes off or attempts to close off the world, obviously it never does this completely, is what produces experiences in us which lead to the production of thoughts. And so thoughts, or the ideal, are as natural as a stone or as a tree for Schelling. The natural-unnatural distinction is completely meaningless for Schelling. That distinction only makes sense if you assume something like natural law. If you assume nature is supposed to be this well-ordered divine thing, and then it can go wrong in some way. But of course, Schelling argues that there's no going wrong, that anything that we might call going wrong is just the consequence of nature without any boundaries. Right? There's no fundamental boundaries to what can take place. And so, in a sense, then, what this means is that the question of ground and the question of being grounded in nature means that for us, the question is always, how much of the past do we index when we have a thought? So the freedom of thinking, or the capacity of thinking, is to sort of bracket. But again, this is only a temporary, limited thing. That thinking, the capacity of thinking isn't completely unlimited. It is seemingly unlimited because it seems as if it makes its own rules, as if thought decides its own destiny. But really what it does is thought decides how much of nature it wants to see itself being affected by in a given moment, right? So it's not about, nature cannot be bracketed off. It's only the picture or the image of nature can be decided in a moment, and the thoughts which that then grounds, makes possible, is nature thinking in us. And so the very question of whether this Schelling is talking about actual ground or a formal ground, he's sort of saying these things are inseparable, right? The fact that the ground, if you want to think about it, is living and dead, as both, soil and dirt, or active and sort of inactive, that the balance between these things is only ever decided in a particular moment, and that the freedom of thought is only a sort of pause that we can momentarily put on nature operating in our heads. And so this is why Schelling says that for philosophy, nature can be viewed as that nature is petrified intelligence, right? But this petrification is only ever temporary, because as soon as we see the ground and consequences of thought, nature, we realize that nature is opened up again. And what this means is that every time we ground our thinking in nature, nature by consequence ungrounds any notion we have of us as stable or closed. So I guess I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was a beautiful indeed passage about nature's beatified intelligence and nature ungrounding what we think of us. And I'm still, when you've been elaborating on this, and you've been elaborating on this in a book in a way, but still, how nature thinks within us, that seems to be sort of hard to grasp. So can you maybe just once again make several conclusions? So if this is true, what it means? And how can we make it easier to understand that nature thinks within us?
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that that's like the whole problem for Schelling. Because in a sense, I think what he's trying to say is that, we can trace everything back to nature, but every time we trace it back to nature, it's not just like we find the beginning and like, okay, that explains it, because then we have to deal with the fact that we've now traced
at the beginning.
Yeah. So part of the difficulty is that he, in a sense, he's always looking for origins, and I think this is why he uses the term ground. Because there's never like a ground. You never get to the beginning like and you stop. It's just that you're constantly finding an older trace of something. And so the question is how do we respond to that in a way that it changes how we think about ourselves, and not only ourselves, but how we think about life, how we think about the earth, because I think it's very tempting to sort of say, okay, well, now we know.
This is the origin.
Yeah, like this is it, And I mean, you can pick, there's 1,000 examples where you could say, look at how wrong that is. Every time we think we found the earliest, example of like art in like in prehistoric humans, it's like, oops, we find another one that's like 1,000 years or 10,000, or whatever. And so the question is, it's not just about finding, he thinks there is no single origin. He thinks there's only this unbounded set of processes. I
guess at the point where we are now, origin doesn't seem to be the most interesting thing to look at, right?
Yeah, he thinks it's just, he thinks it's a stupid question, actually. He says either everything is the origin or nothing is. He says this, there's no, like, you're never going to get to like the single beginning point, because even if you saw what you thought that was, you would still be seeing it now, not then, So even if you traveled back in time to the Big Bang, you would be observing the Big Bang. It wouldn't be the Big Bang without you. So what that means is that that's going to have an effect that it didn't have originally because you're there. And this isn't just, and his point is like, that's not just about us. It's not just about, being there makes it more real. It's just that being in there adds another extra consequent. So this is the kind of grounding and grounded thing again. It's like, well, the thing that nature thinks in us, it's that nature produced us. And, so you can say we think according to nature, but we are the ones that have the thoughts. Nature has the thoughts, but only in our like monkey brains, unfortunately for nature, right? So we can think, oh, we're the pinnacle of nature. It's like, no, we're the first, or, we're one of the few things in nature that can even think it is a pinnacle, right? There's a big difference. And so this is the kind of idea that, it's constantly about, undoing ourselves as any kind of stable entity.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions? Anybody here in Zoom or anyone from our viewers? I tend to monopolize the ability to ask questions, but I don't want to. Polina, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, actually. I am fascinated by this idea of thought not belonging to us, and thought as sort of filtering or limiting. And it reminds me strongly of Quentin Meillassoux essay on subtraction and contraction, where he says that life is a profound disinterest in reality. I think I'm quoting it not quite right, but I think it resonates strongly with what you said. And when answering the question, you said that nature can think only like with us, with our brains, and you said something like sadly, or that it's somehow not optimal for nature. And so the question basically is, do I understand it correctly? And if so, what is the future of this situation? Will nature sort of develop different modes of thinking not with us, or should this thinking like stop at some point? Is it some in a way necessary for nature, or harmful, or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I was trying to be a bit funny with like, unfortunately for nature, but because of course we can't say, and Schelling says this. You can't say like no other species thinks, or no other species will think. We just know that humans, or we can say, humans spend a lot of time convincing themselves they're the only ones that think in a certain way. And of course, it could be that we are the only species on this planet that thinks in that particular way. But again, that's not like, that can just be the result of natural history, right? It doesn't mean that instance, right? It's there's no end. There's no end point. There's no telos for him. It's just augmentation. So the more that has happened, the more that can serve as possible grounds for something else, right? So there's a kind of growing mountain of complexity, but it's not a progressiveness. I mean, this is how Schelling argues it. But of course, the thinking has this trap that you can think you're on the mountaintop, and Schelling sort of says, if that were true, he says we're not pure spirits. We might like to be pure spirits, but we're not. We have this history that made us possible. So, in a sense, also, Schelling's kind of point is that intelligence isn't for us. Intelligence is for everything else that could be affected by it or gain it later. He says intelligence isn't for us, it's for the stars. It's really like a crazy phrase that he writes. And so, he's, I think the difference between him and Meillassoux, for instance, is that for Meillassoux, Meillassoux is not so interested in natural history in terms of he's interested in the sort of traces and fossils, right, as like showing contingency, but I think he's less interested in the fact that everything before makes everything that follows possible, right, because contingency is just contingency. And so I think that's the sort of difference. That's why Schelling is interesting, because we don't know what intelligence is for. That seems like a kind of obvious statement, but we like to think it's for us, and he sort of says it's not. And I think that in itself is a very interesting. It's like we're responsible for what thinking does as long as we think we're the only thinking things. And I think that's a sort of interesting but weird claim. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, Totally. And we sort of, we don't know what intelligence is for, but is it sort of within the bounds of Schelling's thoughts to suppose that maybe it is a mistake, maybe? You know, there is a position that intelligence is somehow, you know, this great cosmic
joke,
mistake, joke, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he would say it's, again, he wouldn't want to say it's a mistake because he doesn't want to say that nature is moral, because he wants to get away from anything that looks like natural theology. Right? He doesn't want to say, because if we can say nature makes mistakes, you know, nature does some things right and some things wrong, it's very easy to pontificate, right, and to say, you know, therefore there's mistakes or mutants or freaks. You know, he doesn't want this. He says no. He says even a diseased eye, he says, has freedom. Like this is like one of his lines. So he said the mistake is thinking that that we know what its purpose is, right? But for him, nothing can be. There's no. For him, evil. Like when he does talk about morality, he'll say evil is when we think. That we know the exact cause and meaning of something because of what it's made out of.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically says, you know, to assume that like matter is to blame for evil, right? To assume that like, because this is made from that or this comes from that, that's why it's evil, because of the stuff, you know, because it's from this like darkness or something like this. You know, he says like that's, you know, to assume that we can make judgments about essences and make moral claims about essences. He thinks that in itself is evil, actually. So the claim to say evil is easily identifiable is the most evil thing. And so he would say the same thing about mistakes. Like to say that something is a mistake is, you know, because of where it comes from, he says it would be the worst mistake to make. So this is the kind of weird kind of game he wants to play.
I meant the mistake not in this like morals. I'm sorry that I'm monopolizing the discussion. Maybe someone else has any questions. But I meant the mistake not in this kind of moral sense, but in the sense that the claim that we don't know what the purpose of intelligence is, and it's not for us, still implies that it is for something. That it has a purpose even if we don't know it. And sort of my question to, maybe not to you, but to Schelling is, like, is it possible that there is no point in intelligence?
Yeah, I think you can say he would say it has real effects, but that doesn't mean that it has a purpose. Right, with intelligence, we know there's lots of things that intelligent beings can do, but whether that has an ultimate goal, we don't know. All we know is that we don't know even what it can do yet, because we have very few examples on one planet. Yeah, so I think he would want to say its emergence is contingent and its consequences are contingent, and the question is, how do you live with that fact? Without assigning it a purpose. Like this is the sort of whole struggle for Schelling. Like what do you do with this fact? And that's what he tries to figure out until he dies, basically.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this discussion. Well, it's good that in a way that we don't know what to do with the intelligence. It gives hope for those who lack it. So thank you, Ben, and I'm going to introduce our next speakers. And the next speakers is the Terraforming research team. The Terraforming research team includes Andrei Titiekin, Luciano Brina, Yu Gong, and this group researches sustainable transformation of Earth's cities, technologies, and ecosystem. And the theme of their presentation today is the project Pharmacon Landscape.
Hello, I'm Andrei. Let me share my screen to show the presentations. You guys see the screen? Everything fine, right?
Great. Well, hello.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gong said she had some issues with the connection, so maybe there'll be some delays. So we apologize for that if that happens, because yeah, maybe it's something with the firewall, because Gong lives in China, and possible that connection could be unstable. So yeah.
Hear me now? Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Gong.
Hi.
Okay, should I start? Well, cool. Well, hello everyone. Thanks for being here and showing interest. Thanks to Groundwidth for the opportunity, for the invitation. It's incredible to be sharing this conference with such amazing thinkers and artists. Well, for a start, the Deforming Landscape project was born during the Terraforming 2020 program at Strelka Institute for Architecture, Media, and Design in Moscow. The result of that experience was a video essay that promoted possible future scenarios, mappings, projections, plans, initially for Russia, but with a latent possibility for planetary expansion. We can say in a way that our project is focused on the formation of parks in the broader sense of the word, but mostly related to parks as infrastructure. These topics are fully described in the film we produced. So as a starting point, we approached a part of the theme called planetary metabolism, partly touched during the seminar Natural History of Logistics, imparted by media theorist Jussi Parikka. And this is a little trailer of film.
Park is a synthetic landscape, an artificial ecology that emerged as a luxurious urban program during industrialization. But this type of park is completely different from one that lies within the owners' right difficulties. The former is a deliberate intervention for exploiting leisure and land value, while the latter is a byproduct of wars, territorial disputes, extractivism, disaster sites, and economic meltdown.
Great. So basically, our group researched holistic models of planetary, such as Vladimir Bernesky's biosphere, with the purpose of diagramming its logistical systems, such as air currents, soil formation, and tides. This investigation was aimed to reveal the appearance of invasive plants, electronic waste landfills, epidemiology, colonial history, and of course the role of natural logistics mediums played in it. And during the seminar and subsequent workshop, we consider soil as a form of infrastructure, where imprints of poisonous pesticides, fertilizers, chemicals from organic or inorganic waste signaled the implications of a broken metabolic layer. But rather than thinking those phenomena as merely destructive instances, we choose to think of them as formative and also transformative forces of soil as well. So, to be clear, by terraforming, we don't mean the colonization of other planets, let alone the fabrication of outer planets ex novo, but rather a way of preserving life on Earth by enabling planned transformative processes using technologies that could provide an anthropogenic answer to anthropogenically caused negative changes in climate conditions. By studying planetary inherited terraforming dynamics, such as the ones that bacteria or plants perform, we identify different strategies for sustaining a viable climate for life on Earth. We speculated possible scenarios, mainly for terraform highly technified planets, such as the technosphere described by Peter Haff as a leverage model for climate change mitigation and ongoing extinction processes prevention. In short, our goal was to create alternative narratives for what our current rationale considers as externalities. Precisely this quote from Vladimir Bernatsky tries to explain this in this particular way, or the kind of mindset we want to inherit and expand through the project. Next slide, please. Yeah. So one of the main topics of our group research was nuclear waste deep time formation. We investigated radiational biosphere reserves, such as North Europe Biosphere Reserve of Radiation, or Policy State Radioecological Reserve. On the one hand, they are considered as dangerous exclusion zones, but on the other, all of them demonstrate recreational biosphere processes where wildlife flourishes with the absence of human activity, of direct human activity. Also, this quote from Gayatri Jain, co-author James Lovelock, also emphasizes another perspective on seemingly dangerous and catastrophic human exclusion zones that could be perceived as a site for emancipation for non-human agents.
So an important concept to note is that the Russian School of Geography, in the Russian School of Geography, the landscape is defined as a group of interconnecting elements instead of a single flattened scenery. In pharmacolandscape, we connect this understanding with the deep time logic to change people's usual understanding of how pollution, carbon emission, and other environmental issues act as each other's poison and remedy in the Anthropocene. We also spoke of psychogeophysics concept. Opposing to psychogeography, psychogeophysics studies perceptions through planetary geophysics, capable of being sensed through measurement devices or sensors such as seismographs. And psychogeography can be defined as an examination of the total effects of geography and place on the individual. Psychogeophysics expand this artistic research to embrace geophysics, defined as quantitative observation of the Earth's physical properties and its interaction with local signal ecologies. Studying human exclusion zones through a psychogeophysics lens help us to reveal the importance of its material logistics. This approach was what helped us to speculate on possible future scenario for these very sites.
Not only exclusion zones caused by disastrous events and spills of radioactive materials, but also once developed and now declined territories originated by a misplanned and artificial redistribution of human activities and industries during the USSR were among our research interests. Russian geographer Vladimir Kurgansky coined them as the inner periphery. What was interesting in Kurgansky's model that despite negative socio-economic consequences, all these territories are signaling an active, spontaneous landscape rewilding and natural self-recovery of woods and steppes. These factors could contribute to the idea that the future of the inner periphery lies on the provision of environmental resources and functions for instance, as a place for new specially protected natural territories. Thinking of these territories holistically and diagrammatically, we have called them as pharmacon landscapes, as scapegoat landscapes, being poison and remedy at the same time. Pharmacon is composed of three meanings: remedy, poison, and scapegoat. The first and the second senses refer to the everyday meaning of pharmacology, denoting any drug, while the third sense refers to the sum of the corruption of community excluded from it in times of crisis, as a form of social catharsis, thus becoming its remedy.
Yeah, so as the graphic shows, pharmacon landscape for us is a model for intense territorial intervention for climate change mitigation. mostly dedicated to ecological services fulfillment, converging in waste management, infrastructure repurposing, rewilding, as well as human replication. It's a geodesign initiative that challenges the clear boundaries between remedy and poison, as Andrew and Gong said. And within this territory, precisely the deliberate poisoning equals long-term remediation. So the ambivalent coexistence of remedy and poison becomes, in fact, codependency. These are some of the cartographic depictions through which we identified different possible pharmacal landscape through the Russian territory. You can see several reserves and some parts of the IMC complex, the industrial metal complex that Andrew and Gong will explain in some minutes. Here you can see the current dynamics of human relocation and some of the places around Russia. So, pharmacal landscape emerges from the material remains of the inner periphery, those doodles, red doodles that you see on screen, the very scapegoat of Russian territory. And these accumulated layers of time and agency acknowledged by the reifications that lie within it are the raw materials for renewed constellations of possible narratives around the flourishing and the collapsing elements of the pharmacal landscapes to come. In that sense, rather than reclaiming the decayed inner periphery for resettling its former rationale, this type of landscape aims for repurposing its dynamics. And this is done mostly by reorganizing persistent and ubiquitous everyday practices that eventually have a terrestrial effect.
Here's the title of the article by Boris Rodeman and Vladimir Kurgansky that contains ideas that we use for pharmacal landscape model, and especially for one type of specialized pharmacal landscape that lies in the industrial and military complex, or shortly IMC. The Russian Ministry of Defense is one of the biggest social organizations that involves about 3 million people and one of the most profitable economic activities of Russia. It is the world's largest consolidated land user of about 1/10 of the country's territory behind the barbed wires of hidden zones. While 2/3 of Russian satellites are utilized for military purposes, IMC also owns 143 test polygons inside and outside the country's borders and conducts transnational missions as part of its regular service. And no other player could access to this amount of satellite data and sensing technologies that are already in use for designing the country's borders. The geopolitics that shape the enormous land owned by the IMC has created unplanned geographical zones with a set of advantages for performing the remediation cycle for pharmacal landscape to come. The presence of the military force could reactivate the missing sensing layer of satellite service, which could provide technological prevention of logging on non-human disasters such as anticyclones or droughts. A military-managed pharmacal landscape is one possible initiative that will turn Russia from a passive AOS sucker into an active player in the ecological economy. Now, here's another type of specialized pharmacal landscape that is formed by using direct air capture or carbon capture and storage technologies. Here's the quote: "If growth results in a rising atmospheric concentration of CO2, the reverse of growth is not degrowth, but carbon-negative growth. Capturing, injecting, and remineralizing the soil with CO2 is a deep-time deliberate poisoning of the geological layer of pharmacal landscape, channeled by forestry and repurposed currently unused factories within the inner periphery. Carbon capture and storage, or shortly CCS, is not just a singular technology, but rather a practice that combines several verbs: capture, transport, store, monitor, Decommissioned oil and gas pipelines in the inner periphery could be repurposed for CO2 transportation. Abandoned mines and reservoirs could be facilitated into carbon sinks. And while the rest of the world is hesitant to invest in the infrastructure needed for a carbon-negative economy, Russia has set of advantages, as infrastructural repurposing meets waste in its very site through direct air capture. Using captured CO2 for enhanced oil recovery, in which the amount of the injected CO2 to the lithosphere is much more than the amount of CO2 can be spread from the extracted oil. Placing CO2 within the Siberian platform, where captured CO2 could be stored among basalt and get mineralized through chemical reactions. And finally, reusing absorbed CO2, NH4, and NO2 for deep-time soil fertilization. Its resultant biochar is the new black earth for the reserves. Implementing carbon capture synthetic trees could also utilize the curatorial potential of the remediating process.
So formical landscape emerges after industrialization, precisely to digest it, not to settle a carbon-negative economy, but to institutionalize the metabolism of pollution and literally ground it. It proposes a world on its own, made of externalities of previous planetarities, one that establishes an econet of parks and green corridors all along the most unfavorable Russian territories, but also with the ones along national borders. So if this landscape is a model created by the conditions that the Anthropocene settled, then indeed it's not a Russian singularity, but a worldwide phenomenon, possible to be traced where waste, decay, dispute, and abandonment coincide. In the end, formical landscape is a call for us to follow the poison and find ourselves immersed into the traces of a desirable planetarity to come. Yeah, so again, thanks for the invitation, thanks for your interest. We invite you to check the full film in our website, pharmacon.land. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to see the results of Strelka Institute work. Well, I understand that the project is speculative, but you've been also giving the sort of almost chemical scheme of the carbon dioxide emissions. So maybe I missed something, but did you mention any other concrete ecological solutions? I'll repeat it. So you've been talking about the possibility of utilizing carbon dioxide and creating the chemical combination that will dissolve it. Any other concrete ecological solutions that you've come up with?
Well, during the program there were like quite a few projects that were explaining very broad solutions, like starting from the law, like right in the new law through for example, like Cosmos law, and corridorization of the territory in other ways, like through the rivers. For example, there was another project that kind of was similar to us, but us were more like a conceptual way of thinking through the landscape. And another project was more like particular, like particular kind of law and corridorization of the new biosphere reserves through the river and creating ecological corridors. So yeah, but our project was mostly purposed on thinking of a landscape through a different lens. So we were really like trying to find new ways to investigate the new territories, new unknown territories that could be perceived through the deep time perception, because like as we mentioned, nuclear waste was very, very important topic of our research program. And we thought like one of the challenge was like to think of the new semiotics for the deep time storages of the nuclear waste, to think of waste as some kind of deep time process that happened, that we kind of think wrongly because we think of it through the social time, and partly this is why we use psychogeophysics concept, because it connects, it reveals the deep time material logistics.
Mm-hmm. You were also saying that those sites where the nuclear waste is, they also create special conditions for the nature to revive because of the lack of the human impact. Did you just go to one of these sites?
Actually, we made the whole project during the pandemic, so we were isolated, locked in our rooms. So this is why. Yeah, if you watch the film, there are quite a few sites that we went to that we could, basically, because we were
15 hours.
We were super limited on what we could do, because we just like in Moscow, for example, you had to make that QR code and go somewhere on cars, so we were very limited on time. And yeah, according to the plan of the program, we could go to some of these sites. But the circumstances made it deep into the research, and so yeah, this is why unfortunately we went to some of the territories that to some of the inner periphery territories, so to say, but not to that far sides, because we couldn't.
Mm-hmm, I see. Were you all three in Moscow during the pandemic, or were you in different places?
We were filtered according to our citizenship, according to the passport. Like we were filtered by the governments.
I see.
So, yeah, Luciana went to Buenos Aires, going to Hong Kong, and me, I was in Moscow.
So you were the eyes of the project. You were the camera that was registering something.
Not me, but me and a friend of mine who was a director of photography, who helped us to make the shootings.
I see. Do we have any questions from our viewers on the social media? Or do we have any questions from the speakers and the participants?
Natalia, just to, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
Perfect.
No, just a comment in regards to your question, if we have visited these places. It's interesting because, as we explained, some of them are quite dangerous in some ways. Some of them have radiations or heavy chemicals and etc. But however, in particular times of the year, as we explained, this global situation. There are several places which have such a load of pollution that humans have exposed to several risks. But in some occasions during the year or after several years, you can go to these places. I don't know, for example, for 1 day per year. And you can visit these places precisely because the load of radiation or chemical exposure is dismissed in that time lapse. So in a way, it is not only that these places are forsaken or forbidden, but we propose in a way that adding different layers of complexity and participation and action in different time lapses, both the social time lapses and the geological time lapse.
I see. Thank you. I was also the reason why I asked this question, because I was thinking that is dangerous, and I was curious if you could use drones or other machines to investigate the landscapes. But as far as I understood, you used the satellite imagery. Right? So that seems to be probably the best way of investigating these closed zones. Right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and I hope that you will be not filtered by your passports at some point and meet and continue working on the project. So I'm going to introduce the next speakers, and so the next speakers are the Farming the Uncanny Valley team, and this team is Stefan Schwab and Janis Hulson. They will report today on the soil workshop in the framework of the whole project of the Farming Uncanny Valley team. Farming the Uncanny Valley. I'm sorry. So you're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, perfectly.
Perfect, thank you. So yeah, I'm Stefan Schwabe from Berlin University of the Arts, and together with Janis and also another big part of the team is Fraunhofer Umsicht, who are dealing with responsible research and natural processes and in science and technical development, and State Studio Berlin, who do arts and science communication, and USE, which is a company dealing a lot with social science research. So all together we applied for a project where we luckily got the grant called Farming the Uncanny Valley. I'm going to share a screen with you to give you in a bit some slides and some images. I would like to give you a little introduction of what we have done in the whole project at all. What was it about? Which places have we been to during our journey? And then we would like to focus into the topic of soil, where we have done one workshop last year. And we would like to share with you some of the results that participants during the workshop have been sharing with us. Like really, that's our treasure box that we would like to open for you with some of their thoughts and quotes. What was really what we really appreciate, what is a big value for us. So,
can you hear me as well?
Yeah.
Just checking. Okay, perfect. Hi from my side. I'm Janis.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Can you see my screen? So in the beginning of the project, we were asking ourselves, so the main aim of the project, that maybe first is the project is funded by the German Ministry for Education and Research. And the main aim is to find strategies to experiment with formats. How can we develop a discourse with the society about bioeconomy and about topics related to nature, to daily lives, and what do people think about future developments at all? To discuss today which kinds of new technologies do we actually want to develop together with scientists in the next years to come. So asking ourselves, how can we create such a dialogue with the public? How can we start to discuss complex topics with normal people, so to say? We went in the first year of our research in 2018. We had the great opportunity to visit different labs around in Germany. So we went to labs where they're doing plant biochemistry, development of new crops, development of, we have been talking to cutting-edge scientists developing new vaccines and medicines from insects, as well as technologies like gene drive, etc., to overcome diseases like malaria and so on, or also to protect crops from insects. We have been visiting a lab where they are developing flavors such as raspberry flavor fermented from bacteria. And whenever we met the scientists, we asked them, what are your motivations behind what you're doing? And we like our sensor for during these visits was somehow our gut feeling, and we try to observe carefully if there are moments where we think something is uncanny for us, something is a way that we don't know really how to say if it would be good or bad to have this in your daily lives and in reality. And we thought these moments where we don't know if something would be good or bad are really an interesting starting point to discuss with the people. So we took some of these topics and some of these examples to workshops in Germany. And here you see the locations where we have been last year. So we've been in Berlin with 2 workshops and with 3 workshops in the countryside, in Thuringia, as well as in Brandenburg. Like in really small places where we also try to reach people from rural areas in the countryside. And we dealt with topics like insects, plants with specific view on breeding, as well as plants with a view on plants in mass that grow in the landscape. And we dealt with the topic of air, as well as the topic of soil, where we're going to focus on a little bit more. And so one of our main approaches, also as designers and artists from an art school, was to translate these ambiguous moments in sceneries. So we tried to find places that have something to do with bioeconomical change and with transformation already, but where you maybe don't really quite feel it yet. And we tried to identify these places and twist them a little bit so that they would inspire and invite people to reflect their thinking, to reflect their values as well, and to discuss with us their wishes and hopes for, and also anxieties for the future. So we did one installation with bumblebees in this net, just to explain what you see on the images. We did like one big test bed with an agriculture company, and also we did plant like non-well-known plants, old crops in this greenhouse, to discuss the whole notion of what would it mean to have new plants, but using old plants and old crops as a vehicle that people don't know so well anymore.
So yeah, I think I may add that it's not quite usual that an art school gets the lead for a grant like this. So in that point, the specific intervention and tool sets of designers and artists was quite in the focus of that project, as you probably see as well from the images. So I think it's important that during the process, it was quite interesting to reflect our role within that project, and we came to the conclusion that us as mediators and translators between an idea and reality, or theory and practice, are kind of translators and mediators in, like, for example, in business and the product development processes that I was trained in as a product designer 10 years ago. And we tried to apply these processes to social transformation and transformational processes in general. So we tried to translate explicit questions and ambiguities into a subtle experience that is rather implicit. And so we were quite curious how much you could inform a situation and a journey, for example, through a field, in order to question specific difficulties and ambiguities that we had experienced before and had used as starting points for the design process, but also as a common field of experience to later on refer to during discussions. And yeah, so much to the artistic background and intention behind the entire project. So explicitly, for the example of soil, we experienced this ambiguity of So we did a research, we contacted some experts in Berlin. For example, there's an institute for soil research at the Technical University, and we had someone consulting us. So we are not specific experts on soil, but we tried to get in touch with people who are, and try to get a feeling about what is soil actually. And specifically, the topic of soil embodies the ambiguity between the different perspectives on soil, laying out a certain type of uncanniness already. So no matter what kind of definition of soil you are addressing, and putting those aside, you somehow don't know what to think or which one to take. So that is already, at least for myself, it felt already a bit of, I don't know what to think now. And besides that, we tried to look into technical developments in that field. And during that time, there was a startup in Berlin, quite popular, that started to put kind of supermarket shelves with UV light growing plants that you could actually buy. So basically, it's a supermarket shelf where the plants grow inside, and you don't have soil with it. So I thought it was quite weird that the communication of that project was rather we don't need soil because we can do it better. And besides that, it also has the consequence that a positive consequence that you don't need so much resources and space, and so you have these different paths and opportunities that come within that technology. So this was one aspect we tried to translate during the initial experience to design, and at the second point we tried to find a proper location that kind of gives a feeling about the ambiguity of what can soil actually be at all. And we found a partner named Prinzessinnengarten, who had recently occupied a new location in Berlin, which is a former cemetery. And the cemetery is used as a proper cemetery still in the front part, but in the back part, there's like a slow transition going on. And in the back, they are doing urban gardening on a cemetery. So you really, just by entering that location, you somehow start to question yourself, okay, when does degradation and decay stop, and when is the transformation starting, that it provides parts and energy for new vegetables, or can use by plants to create something new from it. And so we were quite lucky to have that location, because if we hadn't find that location, we couldn't have better designed it. So so that was basically the environment and the two intentions we tried to implement into the workshop setting from a design perspective.
Mm-hmm. So to add to this, it's also what you were saying in the morning, this morning in the discussion. This place really embodies somehow the meaning of, or the metaphor of body as an organic and inorganic body. Because you can walk through this transition literally. It's really powerful, this emotion you can have there, and it really gives you an idea of the soil being like a global organism with local cycles. So that was really like one of the reasons why we chose this amazing place. You can imagine that we met the participants for our workshop in the very front of this cemetery, in a little, we had benches and like a little welcome area. And then everyone that's part of our methodology had to walk alone across the cemetery. And we had these A's, these signs that you see on the top here, as little marks to show the way. So everyone was walking alone this way and making his thoughts until we met then finally in the very back that you see down here, in the very back of the cemetery, which is already transferred into a garden, to discuss the the reflections and the emotions people would have had on their own on this little journey. Now we would like to share a video with you, so you get a feeling. I hope this works well with the streaming. We had a documentary team during all the workshops that gave us amazing material to show now to you, to get an idea how people felt, how this place looked like, what the atmosphere was like, and also how it triggered discussion afterwards. It's about 5 minutes. I hope it's not too long, but we think it's really worth looking at.
That's all right. We are not very fanatic about the schedule.
All right.
So one moment, Grigory will turn on.
Mm-hmm.
So questions regarding methodology and how we casted the workshop participants, etc. From a scientific perspective, we can later on answer, as well as in private messages, etc. Because that is going too much into details right now.
So it will all be in German, but we are with English subtitles. It's mainly to get an idea about the atmosphere of this place. Okay, are you starting or should I? Yeah. Okay, now it's perfect.
Sound?
Grigory, Stefan and Yanis say that there should be sound.
Well, if not, we can also, because it's all German, you can also read what's written, and we can tell you something about it.
I think he just muted himself and forgot about that. Well, I guess that's the way we have it.
Okay.
All right.
The thing is that we're all in different buildings, and the only way we can communicate is just by saying, please turn off the sound. Otherwise, I would just press a button.
So it was really also a matter of trust, because we didn't tell everything about the workshop in the beginning, so people didn't know really what was going to happen, and we were really really thankful that people had these trusts also in us to experience this methodology.
Yeah, and we really tried to, as I said, the methodology, how did we find the participants, especially for this workshop. We, for example, tried to pay people 50 euros to participate through eBay Kleinanzeigen. So we had like an interesting mixture of people with different motivations coming to that workshop. So here you see the installation where we tried to present non-soil systems to the people, next to those transitions from cemetery soil to garden soil. And in the end, everybody met at this pavilion, and we reflected on the experiences that the participants had through their own journey in the garden/cemetery. So there also is the social aspect. It became a topic.
Yeah, and this participant reflects on that her notion of what she believes is the concept of nature was somehow questioned during this journey. And that she really somehow appreciated what she saw also during this installation with the hydrocultures, but it felt really weird for her to see this in this space. Because normally she likes this kind of research and also the approach to, that all the concepts behind hydroponics, etc., bring. But to see this embedded in a situation where you put yourself into one and the same system where you're part of, that really made her reflect on the notion and the conception of nature. Yeah, I think that's okay.
I hope you get a feeling about the feeling.
Yeah, that's just finally getting uncanny, because it wasn't uncanny enough with the tastes of raspberry, and it wasn't uncanny enough with the insects. But now when we sensed that the people were walking through the cemetery and then literally seeing something that has grown out of obviously the remnants of other people, that certainly becomes uncanny enough. Let's put it that way.
Exactly, and we tried to use that experience as a starting point for a discussion about how to use technology, or first of all, how to reflect on our own perceptions of nature and what we think is natural, and then therefrom to implement technological aspects into a narrative, and to think about what that means to follow that through to the future and discuss it in a group.
And so what kind of technologies were in this discussion? So I realized that it must be, we have this all different types of farming, and you don't have to grow plants on the ground, but you can also grow them on the walls and on the roofs. So that I see just from the images, but was there anything else that was being discussed?
During the soil workshop?
Yeah.
I mean, we had after this part of introductory experience, we had a basically 3-hour kind of lesson / experience, knowledge experience session where we had different experts.
Do you see my screen again? Sorry for the.
Your screen. We see the person holding.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
So we had this consultants of ours doing some like basic soil analysis and soil conception presentation. So we went through, and the participants tasted soil, and he had different soil samples, and he did try to, or we had the examples of doing specific soil analysis with him, and then we had an archaeologist who presented some thoughts on the history of soil and this what it means. I mean, soil as soil from the perspective of an archaeologist. And then we had some specific biotechnological development aspects of fertilizers and from farming, and also problematic dynamics, why soil is this eroding, and like we tried to sketch out the broader picture of what soil can be and what kind of technological approaches to problems we have right now are in the pipeline.
I see. As far as I understood from the map that you were showing that you had a workshop on soil, but you also had a workshop on birds and plants, and they were in different places. So what were the birds and plants workshops like?
As Stefan presented in the beginning, we were really lucky to cooperate with this big company, or I think they're working with 5,000 hectares, and they planted plants on 2 hectares based on our design, and that was basically the interface for the workshop. So we had different plants planted there in order to communicate on what kind of new plants are in the pipeline in order to tackle climate change, or for different resources and renaturalization and etc. These kind of aspects. And the second workshop about the plant, basically the mechanistic view on plants, talking about modification of the single plant and the motivation behind those interventions, took place at the Fern e.V., which is a Verein, it's
Association for Recultivation of Old Crops.
So it's basically quite a picturesque environment you can imagine, where you had, I think there are 2,000 plants each season. They're cultivating, or a lot of plants, like 52 different types of tomatoes, and they're just recultivating it, that they get fresh seeds for the next season. And so it's a big garden, you can imagine, with an old farming house. And there we put an open air gene analysis lab inside, and this greenhouse Stefan showed in the image. So we carefully chose the locations in relation to the topic we wanted to discuss.
In general, during also science communication parts of the workshops, we tried not to highlight specific technologies too much, so that people would not get into a mood of saying, yes, I like it, or no, I don't accept it. So we tried to address the motivations that lie behind development of new technologies, to leave the space also to allow people to allow older technologies, for example, as well as new technologies, as the answer to the same question.
So and then we came to that point that we realized how important it is to discuss values and how you behave in the present in order to think about the future. So there's a strong coaching aspect or psychological self-reflection aspect that we have to find out, a midway between a technological approach to find solutions to problems, as well as to critically reflect personal desires and values in the present, in order to think about, okay, is it realistic to think about that future when I'm behaving and feeling in that way right now? So it turned out that we basically tried to find the essence of each topic in order to compare them to each other, and to find a question an answer to the question, what do we actually need to talk about when we discuss all these technological interventions in regard to climate change and food security, and these buzzwords from biotechnological discourses.
We use storytelling approaches as well as prototyping. Well, we could talk hours about these methodologies to help people to externalize their thoughts and to get aware of what is actually important for themselves, to articulate ideas, wishes, and messages they would send to the society, or also to scientists and politicians.
And what storytelling methods you were using? I'm being curious.
Yeah, if we have time for that, we can expand on it. It's fine. We just thought to keep it a bit brief.
Just 3 minutes behind, and that's the last talk. So that's
all right.
You can answer one more question. That's all right.
As you see on the image, which is on the lower left side on the presentation, like the participants had some kind of a diary. It was a 2-day workshop, and we sent the people through the workshop to make notes to the specific interventions. So the diary was like the first intended method to encourage self-reflection, so that you could see how you behaved in specific intuitive situations, maybe on the first day, and refer to that later on a third or fifth task that we were giving, and then seeing it on the same site or earlier. So that was one part. Like one specific aspect of the storytelling, I mean, we were trying not to we were not asking the participants to sketch out future scenarios, but rather we tried to imagine like everyday situations from different perspectives. For example, the soil perspective, we asked them to write a story. Imagine being one atom or particle going through different life cycles. How does it feel like? A second perspective was imagine being the soil as an organism. And we hooked that to a motivation of the soil, and so that people could easily start writing, because that's clearly not something that many people are used to.
Know what to say about, right?
Yeah, and it's really important to know that this storytelling moment was only a tool for us. So the result is not like the utopian view of someone. It's really just a starting point for discussion, and it was really great to observe this during the workshops. So everyone only had 20 minutes to write this story. So it was like, oh my God, I never liked writing, and I don't know if I can do that. It's exciting, but I don't know if I'm gonna fail. And then they were presenting their results in little groups of 5 to 6 people, and that was really amazing. How on eye level and with a lot of appreciation, people started to share their opinions, even if they had really different views on technology and on values in general. So that was really a very good tool to generate such a common ground, and also trust to share your thinking about such also complex things where people normally hesitate to say something.
Yeah, the third perspective was the techno soil. So imagine like a super soil that can do superhero stuff. And what would that be?
Right, thank you very much. Very, very inspiring, but unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, we have another speaker. So, I think I'm going to continue asking you questions, because I teach a very similar course, so I'll probably invite you to be my guest speaker.
So maybe just as a last word, we have had an exhibition running in order to scale up the experience for people who could not attend a 2-day workshop in the summer, and you can find that online. So we basically tried to translate also a bit like the experience from the workshop with the input into on a website. Unfortunately, it is just in German, but
we are giving our best to translate it in the next weeks.
I can read German. I cannot speak.
So, but you can find the clips from each workshop and each topic, and you find we're writing about methodology as well, and the result, in terms of what do we need to talk about, and what did people talk about.
We also plan the publication, so we'll address you with that as well. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for having us.
I'm finally introducing our last speaker for today. So the logics are supposed to be from a philosophy of Vernadsky and noosphere to the very soil, to the very essence of soil. So our last speaker is Yulia Timofeeva, a researcher at the Central Museum of Soil Science, named after the Kuchaev in St. Petersburg. And so we will finally hear the understanding of soil from the soil science perspective. So Yulia, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much, and hello. Thank you for opportunity to be a part of this conference. I apologize, my neighbors start repairing so some noise can with me. I'm sorry, but it's a real life.
Just came back from school, so you probably saw him in the...
Yes, I want to share my presentation. Just a second. Is it work?
Not yet. Now it works. Yeah.
Okay. Work. Is it work?
So you probably want to press F5 or something. Может быть, что-то вроде F5 нажмете.
Perfect.
Perfect. Excellent.
Okay, so I wanted to speak about soil in 21st century. Only 20 centimeters of fertile soil separate us from extinction. There are already 7 billion of us, and we all need air, water, and food. No more 30% of total land area is used in agriculture. The rest of the land is unsuitable for farming. During the history of civilization, humanity has already lost 2.5 billion agricultural lands as a result of soil degradation processes. The World Soil Day is called for drawing attention to soil importance and for promoting the sustainable use of soil resource. Every year, the world celebrates this day on the 5th of December. Central Soil Museum by the Kuchaev was the first to celebrate this day. Since 2014, the museum celebrates the World Soil Day with various events annually, involving as many people as possible, specialists in field of soil science and ecology, school kids, students and teachers of different universities and locals. The purpose of it is to inform the population about the role of soil in people's lives, about problems in soil degradation. We would like to attract people to take actions to preserve soil near their home, in the city, in the country, and in the world. The Kuchaev, who is the founder of the soil science, named soil as the special natural body. The main features of the soil is the indissoluble connections of these living and non-living components. The artificial separations make it impossible for the soil to exist and completely destroyed as is a system. Soil is an extremely complex natural formation. Soil is a highlight in interaction processes of the geological and biological cycles of matter in nature. It serves as a habitat for living organisms and provides transformation and natural waste disposal coming from plants and animals. Among the many ecological functions of soil, the functions of the soil as a unique habit and the evolution of the huge variety of life forms is particularly important. According to genetics, 92% of all known animal and plant species live in or on the soil. This is due to the heterogeneity of the structure and composition of soil. Its soil contain water, air, soil substance, element of minerals and organic nutrient of animals, plants, and microorganisms. Soil is the richest environment in terms of microbial diversity. 1 gram of soil can contain billions or 10 of billions prokaryotic cells and kilometers of fungal mycelium. For a long time, the study of the microbial composition of soil was limited to the method of cultivation on nutrients. However, the researchers faced with the problem of ability to account the most of the diversity. It turned out that up 99% of microorganisms living in natural conditions are not able to grow on nutrients used in lab practice. The main method for studying the DNA of soil microorganisms is currently the metagenomic approach. If we learned to record and interact each of the universal environmental indicators in our hands, the correct use of this indicator can contribute to progress in a variety of areas, from studying agriculture to the research from new minerals and criminology. The biodiversity of land population is largely determined by the diversity of soil and their ecological functions. The use of soil in agriculture is the basic of human well-being. 95% of what we eat is given to us by soil. The world's population is a project to exceed 9 billion by 2050. Competition for land and water resource is starting. Aside from that, taken into account the effects of climate change, it becomes clear that both current and future food security directly depends on our ability to increase the yield and quality of food products using soils that we are exploring at that moment. Soil degradation is a major socio-economic problem in the world, but modern society still does not understand that extent of the threat. 93% of the world's soil are degraded. As a result of soil degradation, the soil cannot perform basic ecological functions, which threatens irreversible consequences for the biosphere. Soil plays a role in the carbon cycle. The use of soil in agriculture, including plowing, harvest of plant feed, grazing of animals, and etc., leads to the degradation of organic material. As a result, carbon dioxide is produced, which causes climate warming. The development of reparative agriculture are the keys to development of sustainable agriculture production, to formation of healthy soil, and the transition of organic farming, and of course climate change mitigation. In addition to performing their ecological functions, soil can also be perceived as elements of art. Soil contains historical artifacts. This studies one of the direction of the soil science is a paleopedology. Due to presence of various chemical elements in soil profile, their color may vary from red, yellow to whitish and blue. Here is soil is natural paintist. The man himself can use the soil as a paint. An example of these are a portrait of the Kuchaev and column in the halls of the Central Museum by the Kuchaev. The paintist Abramichev used the colors of natural soils instead of common paints. In the end, I want to say that it's necessary for every person on the planet to understand that soil is the thinnest but most extremely layer. The soil, like the skin of Earth, where all elements, all the planetary shells interact. The lithosphere, atmosphere, heterosphere, and biosphere. Without it, life is impossible to be. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much for attention, and I hope it was information for you.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое, Юлия. Сказали задавать вопросы на русском. Я буду задавать вопросы на русском. Ну вот первый, наверное, такой мой вопрос, или скорее удивление, это то, что действительно 20 сантиметров плодородная почва, то есть это во всех регионах так, или это только в нашем регионе? Может быть, что дальше неплодородное все везде?
Естественно, это зависит от климатической зоны, о которой идет речь. Сравнивая северную часть и южную, это будет варьироваться значение, но 20 сантиметров это в среднем. На севере это буквально несколько сантиметров, а на юге, где развит чернозем, самая плодородная почва на планете, там мы уже говорим о 20 и более сантиметрах.
А вот эти места, где собирают несколько урожаев в год, там тоже чернозем, то есть, например, не знаю, Китай, да, где собирают несколько урожаев в год?
Естественно, да, это идет речь о южных зонах, и чтобы период развития растений успевал происходить несколько раз за сезон. Но также нужно не забывать о внесении дополнительных удобрений для восполнения тех потерь, которые происходят с выносом урожаем, с получением продукции, сельхозпродукции от почвы.
Ну вот второй вопрос, который тут просто просится, хотя, конечно, наверное, на него непонятно, как точно ответить, но вдруг у вас есть какие-то соображения на этот счет. Вопрос, собственно, вот это название нашей сегодняшней конференции «Под асфальтом не пляж». И вот мы долго с Полиной обсуждали, что же там все-таки под асфальтом. И мне кажется, что вот вы самые интересные из наших участников, кто бы мог ответить что-нибудь самое точное на этот вопрос. Ну, хотя бы, но все-таки у вас все равно точнее сведения, чем у кого бы то ни было из нас.
Да, под асфальтом не пляж, это точно. И с научной точки зрения здесь уже озвучивали почвы, которые находятся погребенными под асфальтом, запечатанные почвы городских территорий. Это называются урбаноземы. И, естественно, эти почвы прекращают свои функции, они уже не взаимодействуют ни с биосферой, ни литосферой, ни другими частями. Мы просто теряем то, что может продлить жизнь нашей планете. Это если вкратце.
Ну вот еще такой тоже вопрос был. Вот Карine Bonneval говорила о том, что она записывала музыки почвы. И вот мы начали говорить о том, что получается, что через почву проходит, вот звук дома, да, он проходит тоже через почву, уходит в землю, как бы заземляется, да, этот звук. И это тоже как-то влияет на микроорганизмы. Так, мне еще просят summary вопросов и ответов на английский сказать. О боже, так, сейчас я перед тем, как задавать свой третий вопрос, я сейчас сделаю summary предыдущих. So the first question that I asked was about the 20 centimeter layer of fertile soil, and Yulia was saying that it's 20 centimeters on average and much more at the fertile land, and much less, in fact, the northern territories. That's approximately 10 centimeters. And the next question that I was asking what seems to Yulia is beneath the asphalt. Definitely not the beach. And what she was replying was that this is a disconnected soil that is not connected with lithosphere, that is not connected with the other layers of the Earth crust. So we are losing something which could be actually our means of existence. And so my final, well, not final, but my third question is in regards with what Karine Bonneval was talking about earlier today. She was saying and asking the question about the sonic pollution of the soil and what effect might that have on the inhabitants of the soil. If Yulia has any concrete, if she is aware of any concrete research, for example, what's the effect on bacteria, what's the effect on, какой эффект там на личинки, например, которые в почве, они же там все равно под зданием. Вот, кстати, что там вообще под зданиями? Там же фундамент, но там, наверное, все равно какая-то органическая жизнь происходит. И вот как она вообще с этим звуком, как она вот с ним справляется?
Говоря о звуке, у нас в музее есть небольшая экспозиция, которая посвящена звукам почвы. И мы предлагаем посетителям надеть наушники и услышать те звуки, которые могут быть в почве. Это звуки норных жителей и вообще тех организмов, которые живут в почве. Говоря о том, что может находиться под зданием, естественно, то, что уже под зданием, это уже неестественно. Когда мы строим здание, мы делаем котлован, то есть мы разрушаем целостность естественного почвенного покрова, и вся наша естественная почва уже разрушена. Разрушая почву, мы теряем не только почву как основу жизни для производства растений, но и теряем дом для животных, для микроорганизмов, для крупных, для норных, и для бактерий, и для всех остальных. То есть никакой жизни под зданиями, вырыв котлован, там уже просто не будет происходить. Корни растений точно так же. Мы запечатываем поверхность, растение не может развиваться, и корни просто погибают. А если мы прокладываем дорогу, положили сверху асфальт, то корни могут остаться, но жизни уже не будет.
Да, вот видите, как смерть такая. Хотя мы как-то именно почву ассоциируем со смертью скорее. Такое вот, так, значит, что еще хотела спросить? Просто вот все спикеры что-то такое говорили про почву, и очень любопытно это на вас проверить, потому что как вы-то на это смотрите. Вот у нас тут был еще такой коллектив Terraforming Research Team, и они говорили, да, вот Андрей среди них есть.
У меня вопрос есть как раз, да.
А давайте вы, да, я потом спрошу. Давайте.
На русском, на английском.
Можете сначала по-русски, а потом я все суммирую, да, я все записываю, да.
Ну, у меня вопрос, на самом деле, касается прямо нашего проекта, потому что мы исследовали вот эти зоны отчуждения внутренней периферии, где как раз, в общем, рекреационные процессы биосферные происходят благодаря тому, что это бывшая инфраструктура, в которых из-за того, что там либо территориальные конфликты там происходили, то есть, в общем, оттуда либо люди уезжали из этих мест, и они, в общем, биосфера сама начинает восстанавливаться. Вот, и, то есть мы читали много исследований Владимира Каганского и Бориса Адамана, которые как раз ездили по этим территориям, и Каганский у нас читал лекцию и говорил, что примерно за 15 лет в России, то есть с развала Советского Союза, все невыгодные экономические территории, которые были организованы за счет плохого планирования, централизации, которая развалилась вместе с Советским Союзом, они оттуда уехали люди, и территории восстановились. То есть он говорил, что такого нет, Финляндия это занимает больше 30 лет, например, а у нас самовосстановилась биосфера. И вот мне интересно насчет разных мест заброшенных, например, которые обрастают обрастают плесенью, обрастают зеленью, например, много фотографий из городов каких-то, которые построили, я не помню точно, недавно видел, которые просто самоозеленились, потому что в них не стали жить люди, а растительность, которая там была либо посажена, либо сама просто появилась. Вот мне интересно вот ваше мнение вот на этот счет, как можно такие процессы вот с точки зрения почвы охарактеризовать, и насколько они вот с биосферой, с восстановлением вообще созвучны? Спасибо.
Спасибо за вопрос. Да, таких картинок, о чем вы говорили, много в интернете, и не надо ходить далеко, можно посмотреть на те же карьеры по добыче полезных ископаемых и вот зарастанием заброшенных территорий. Говорить о том, что почва самовосстанавливается, здесь можно. Это идет процесс самозарастания растительности. Первые, кто начинает поселяться на голой территории, это растения-пионеры, и дальше уже возможно произрастание более высоких растений, более высших растений, то есть могут заселяться травы и деревья. Но говорить о том, что эта почва будет естественной, мы уже не можем, потому что она была подвержена каким-то процессам неестественным. Если это было возле населенных пунктов, то наверняка она загрязнена тяжелыми металлами, радионуклидами, нефтепродуктами. То есть такая почва уже неестественная. Если мы говорим о карьерах, например, вырыли котлован, и потом может произойти самовосстановление. Но те почвы, которые образуются на этой поверхности, это будут новые почвы, у них новая будет та порода, на которой они образуются, потому что пришли люди, разрушили все, получился другой субстрат, и на этом уже субстрате начинает формироваться почва, а не на естественном. То есть процессы самовосстановления могут протекать, но это уже новое образование в естественной среде.
А почему это плохо, новое образование?
А это неплохо, это просто будет новая почва. Новая почва.
Да, у меня был как раз такой же вопрос, что...
Вы как раз мой задали вопрос. Я вот
и к вопросу о естественности. То есть мы же, в принципе, не знаем о том... Ну, то есть понятно, что сейчас это какие-то патогенные процессы, но если смотреть на человечество как, ну, то есть на какой-то медиум Земли, то, в принципе, все естественное. И, то есть вот эти восстановительные процессы, которые, ну, то есть мы мыслим как естественные до антропогенного влияния, то есть после антропогенного влияния могут быть такими же естественными, просто, возможно, мы не знаем, как бы, насколько, как с ними работать, чтобы они приносили плодородные какие-то. То есть мы, например, наш проект мыслил об этих зонах как модели зеленой экономики, где они могли секвестрацию углекислого газа преломлять, то есть за счет, например, есть там Salk Institute такой, где проращивают биоинженерно, в общем, делают корень через биоинженерию длиннее намного, чтобы он больше хранил СО2 в атмосфере, и на случай, как бы, если что-то происходит с почвой, он, ну, как бы углекислый газ не возвращался бы обратно в атмосферу, чтобы, в общем, он дольше выдерживался. И вот, ну, наш проект был направлен именно на то, чтобы использовать вот эти территории как carbon sequestration, как это мы называли. Вот. Но с точки зрения плодородности это не менее, мне кажется, интересный вопрос, что мне интересно, да, что это вот, что вот сейчас вот в этом направлении ведется, какие-то исследования, может быть, которые анализируют постантропогенные зоны на тему переиспользования и, возможно, вот восстановления. То есть, например, в радиационных биосферных заповедниках очень интересно, что там кабаны, ну, как бы выступают естественным таким взрыхлятелем почвы, и они сами как бы вот эту радиацию, ну, то есть они цикл как бы закапывают радиоактивные вот частицы под землю. То есть там как бы естественно все восстанавливается, потому что там нет человека, очень многие виды возвращаются. И вот, ну, как бы, я читал просто много про Полесский заповедник, особенно туда можно поехать действительно на несколько часов там провести, чтобы вот, ну, радиация не была как-то...
Ну, не был фатальным этот эффект, да.
Я не знаю, сформулирую вопрос правильно, но вот в общем, да, что вот есть будущее, которое не очень известное, и в которое как бы сложно его мыслить как бы, относительно того, что мы приняли считать естественным. Вот как вот с вашей стороны на это, на мой взгляд, есть такой вообще?
Если мыслить о будущем, нужно не забывать о тех, кто нанес вред окружающей среде, о том, кто это сделал. Если мы говорим про карьеры, вот про горнодобывающую промышленность, то все собственники обязаны проводить рекультивацию, то есть восстановление почвенного покрова. Но реалии таковы, что этот процесс производят или недолжным образом, или вообще не производят. И вот эти вот территории бывших горно-промышленных территорий можно использовать как в сельском хозяйстве, как в лесном хозяйстве, про то, что вы говорили, делать запасы углерода в почве, но это должно происходить должным образом. То есть нужно начинать с того, чтобы на законодательном уровне было это прописано, и всеми подрядчиками, всеми теми, кто эксплуатирует, строятся, добывают, хоть как-то взаимодействуют с почвенными ресурсами, должны потом восстанавливать то, что они нарушили. Надеюсь, я правильно поняла ваш вопрос.
То есть, какой процесс рекультивации почвы? То есть, как
сначала механический, то есть производят или рыхление, или наносят плодородный слой, и потом уже биологический. Могут посадить растения, которые свойственны именно для этой природной зоны, которые могут произрастать именно здесь, и которые будут давать более плотность, более большое покрытие этой территории. Ну а если эта территория была сильно подвержена каким-то загрязнениям, и ее невозможно привести к тому, чтобы на ней росли растения, то можно наносить различные вяжущие вещества, это может быть латекс или что-то вроде этого, чтобы закрепить эту поверхность и чтобы у нас не происходило запыление, чтобы верхняя часть, собственно, нашего слоя почвы не распылялась и тем самым не загрязнялась прилегающая территория и, собственно, атмосфера.
Это да, латексом. Это, конечно, неожиданно.
Это различные исследования, такие проводятся и в Ленинградской области. Вот можно, если хотите почитать более подробно, почитайте вот про рекультивацию и те современные методы, которые используют сейчас.
Спасибо, Андрей. У вас были еще вопросы?
Спасибо большое, Андрей.
Спасибо.
Так, okay, now I need to summarize what was said. Certainly I forgot half of it, but I'll try to summarize as best I can. Today's question was, I'll just make it 3 times shorter than Andrei's actual question was. So he was asking Yulia if it's possible to regenerate the soil, and was giving examples of radionuclear sites where there are no people, and then the soil recreates itself. And Yulia confirmed this, that yes, soil can be recreated, but it's not going to be the natural soil. And also this soil will probably have radionuclides, metals, and oil byproducts in it. And what she sees as a solution for this problem is legally enforced recultivation, which means the plowing of soil or covering it with latex so that the dust is not being formed. That's the best I could summarize it. So thank you very much, Yulia. Thank you very much to all our speakers and the organizers. So looks like we went through this very unexpected cycle of thinking of Vernadsky and Cosmos, then looking at the variety of artistic and pedagogical projects, including the project of Karine Benival, but also Oron Catts, who was telling us about the possibilities of generating biocompost and making this generation of the biocompost some kind of a thermal thermostat, natural thermostat for other organic forms of lives. Then Woodard was explaining us that intelligence is something that the rocks and the stars have, and the nature, and that the nature is thinking us. The Terraforming research team, as well as farming the Uncanny Valley team, were introducing us to this possible and impossible ways of recultivating soil and rethinking our attitude to the territory. And looks like Yulia summarized it all with the scientific approach from the Soil Science Museum and some very concrete recommendations. So I think there's probably some final word from the organizers. I don't know, the organizers. Do you have a final word? Sofia, Anna, Grigory? You don't have to, but you may.
So that was a really interesting conference that enriched our understanding of soil from different perspectives, and with especially somewhat sobering facts from scientific perspective at the end. I think we all, given artistic and philosophical reflections, will pay more attention to the soil, and we want to thank all participants a lot, and all our listeners, and hope that you will continue to be with us in this program. So thank you a lot.
Yeah, we need to announce what's coming up next.
And tomorrow also?
Yeah, tomorrow. The next program will be unfortunately only in Russian, but we will have a series of lectures. So tomorrow there will be a lecture dedicated to dialectics and returning to dialectics instead of new materialism or posthumanism. And then there also will be a series of lectures and reading groups, also dedicated to some dark ecologies. Also there will be a lecture by Nikolay Smirnov, who was participated in our conference today, regarding, again, Vernadsky, but more deep investigation in this field. And you can check all information on our site, and there is a program, and we hope that our Russian-speaking audience will follow our events. Thank you very much for everyone who participated today in our conference. I think we made this process of grounding, so we start with some abstract artistic research and philosophical ideas, and then ended up with some practical workshops and scientific field. So thank you again.
And thank you, Natalia, for brilliant moderating this conference.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's say goodbye.
Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Really awesome conferences. Really inspiring. And thanks Natalia and